Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the council meeting of the 17th of August with the councillors, the staff, the members of the public, presenters, and all those who are listening in at home or wherever they're listening in from. So we've got councillors Lane Bram and councillor Diane Rawlinson who are joining us on the screen via Teams. Welcome, Lane and Diane. And I'll call for apologies. There was none apologies because we're all here either in person or online. Extraordinary business. Any extraordinary business? I know of none. We'll move that. Advise that council will take items 8 and 9 first. We'll rearrange the order because they're both being presented. We've got our presenters here now. And we'll get onto that in a minute. We'll rearrange those items. Declarations of interest on the agenda today. No items, no declarations of interest. Okay, so we'll move on to the reports. Bering Square East, item number 8, and it's on page 14. And we have presenters here, Trevor and Ben. Welcome. Trevor, I might hand over to you to lead us through the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the opportunity to just present where we're at with Bering Square East. I guess we're about 98% through the sort of documentation for tender and construction. So I'll hand it over to Ben Bellamy. He's the landscape architect on the project. So he was on the Civic Building landscape project as well as Bering Square East. He's leading that. I think today we'll take you through what was previously the agreed design. And then Ben will touch on any sort of minor changes that occurred through the documentation phase. And I guess the aspect we haven't presented before is the sort of planting schedule and plan. So he'll spend a little bit more time on that, and he may touch on lightings, but we'll probably only look to take sort of 10-15 minutes to allow enough time for any questions.
Thanks, Trevor. And Ben and Trevor, you're welcome to not use your masks while you're presenting.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Trevor. To mirror Trevor's comments, thank you for having me here today, or having us here today. I met a few of you just prior to this around the coffee table. For those I haven't, hope you get an opportunity to meet, but it's a pleasure to be here. So just picking up on where Trevor left off, we have been working our way through detailing the documentation for Bering Square East, soon to go out to tender. So the first plan I'm bringing up here is the most recent plan that has been presented to you. So I'll take a minute or two just to go back through this plan, just to, I guess, remind or set the context for the design again. So this new shared street running along in between Bering Square East and the new Civic Building, coming through into car parking, a one-way system coming down north to south with directional car parking through here opposite the church, then moving into the shared space Civic Plaza here, which is a flexible space being having the ability to be used for many different functions, events, whatever it may be. In this plan we show the memorial to have had to still be there. Since this plan was issued or presented, I believe more discussion, or there's been further discussions, we now note this as to be removed. Then moving through and down onto Havelock Street, this is a shared street here where we've got both car parks and directional movement with the cars. However, it can also be used as that spillover for larger functions. If the function or the event exceeds the capacity of this main plaza holds, it can then also spill into this space. In terms of Bering Square itself, it has been viewed as more of a revamp, looking at the existing design and replacing old concrete paths, paving where needed to bring it back to life, looking at increasing or improving the directionality between the clock tower and the new Civic Building, and really focusing our attention on this space through here. So I'll move on to, I guess, where we are currently sitting, which is, as Trevor said, about 95 to 98% of the way through detailed documentation. I'll focus my attention on items that may, and sorry, just move through those plans because they probably aren't overly relevant to talk to, but I'll focus my attention on items that may have changed from what was last presented. And so as you can see, in its essence, all the items or the design stays as what has previously been presented, with this road running through here with car parking, the car parking to have the same paving treatment as what's currently being seen in the town centre upgrade, and then paving brought through and into the church in this section here. The directional or diagonal paths coming into Bearing Square from the corners, we are just replacing the concrete for new concrete. The existing concrete is both cracking and being displaced with the roots of the magnolias, and so it's just a matter of making sure that what is we finish with is nice new paths which fit the purpose. Likewise, the paving around the central grass area, that current clay paving, is being pulled up and being replaced with new bluestone paving to match a couple of paving bands which have already been placed either side of that water feature. And as we move into the, I guess, the main crux of the design, into the central space, I noted before about the Ball War Memorial being removed. We've now shown that as just dashed and to be removed by others. And so, as I understand, there's just a further conversation to take place around the removal and the new location of that. However, as part of our documentation, we've shown that to be removed. The paving design through here has been developed somewhat of a haphazard paving system or layout, using the same pavers as been what's used in the town centre upgrade, just to make sure that it's easy for future replacement of pavers that may need to take place. You've already got the stocks of those, we're not needing to source different pavers, so using the same materials to make that whole workflow for future maintenance easy. We show here a hatched pattern over this middle bay of pavers. That's indicating that there will be a sandblast pattern to reflect the cultural narrative of the site applied to that. So at this stage, there's still an item which is being worked through as to the final look of that pattern, or that narrative applied to that middle bay. However, at this stage, we're showing it like this so that it's allowed for within the pricing as we go up to tender, and that will be a provisional sum that can then get replaced with the final design. A series of concrete walls heading from East Street through into the building, very much, as I mentioned before, highlighting that transition between the clock tower and the building. So lining the pathway, we've got a concrete walls either side at the East Street entrance, either side of the water feature, and then up and into the civic space. One thing I will note that has changed since the last plan you saw. Previously, either side of the sculptures, which are referred to as the whalebone sculptures, we had lighting on the inside of each of those sculptures, up lighting the inside, so they would be more of a feature in the space. We've since worked with Becker Engineering and their electrical team and kind of done a review of the lighting. There are currently existing pole lights at the back of the seating in the square, and actually with them lighting down, providing more lighting to the inside of the whalebones, lighting up would have actually just been lost, because the lighting coming down would have taken away the effect of those up lights going up. So based on their recommendation, there was a fair bit of cost and labour involved in putting those lights in. Actually, they wouldn't have had much effect. We've decided to remove those from the scope, and we have used that instead of using that, we're really focused on the lighting of the main central plaza through the middle. So you may or may not be able to see, and I'll zoom in just to pull up one of them. We have a series of pole lights sitting on the corners of this plaza, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And those pole lights essentially just making sure that lighting of that central plaza, you can have nighttime activities, events, and just making sure that we've got what's needed to make sure that space is as usable for as many different functions as possible. The other change to the lighting is, as we've removed the lighting to the inside of the precast concrete sculptures, we've decided to instead focus our attention to both ends of the central space. So as I move to the next plan, we have the one magnolia at the southern end, and we've got the two magnolias at the northern end. We're now placing uplights at the base of those trees. So rather than a series of lights underneath the sculptures, we are placing lights at either ends, and so essentially elongating or providing the emphasis on both ends, which I think will be really good. And at the same time, providing a bit of lighting on those sculptures, which are at either end too. In terms of look, the changes made since the last issue, look, that's probably about very much our process since what you've seen has just been about documenting what you have already seen and has been agreed upon. So that's where the plan currently sits in terms of the overall design. Look, I'll flick through these pages because they're providing more information on the dimensions set out and levels. So look, if there's any questions, I can refer back to these plans, but for now I'll just move through these. And I just wanted to quickly pull up this plan because it just speaks to this particular seating, and I'm just circling here. So if I just scroll back through into this plan, part of the design for this central space was that we've got this big open plaza square, which for the majority of the time, actually this will just be a usable road. And so we wanted to be able to keep people out of the space during just normal operating hours. And then we wanted the ability to then be able to open that up and have a completely open space for events. And so the design response to that was to provide a series of bollards which acted as seats as well. And so these items you can see here are seats which can be moved. So in this layout, they act as bollards, essentially keeping people from driving in and through here during the day. And so then they also provide casual seating, so they're seating and bollards. However, when there are events, these can be picked up, moved into wherever you choose to put them, so that then that space can be used. So they're a flexible element, but they're providing an important function to provide security and safety to that site. And so what that looks like is this, and so they will be bluestone slabs with a sandblasted or a cut side. And so this here is not one of the slabs. It's so we work with a company called Timaru Bluestone, and they have provided a similar design for actually a coffee table. So what you see there is a coffee table. However, I thought it probably gave a good picture, and I'll zoom in just to make it a bit more clear as to the final finishes. So we've got this nice natural smooth side to these seats, and then a smooth top to the top for seating on. The difference for our design is that we're providing a space underneath the seats, which an elevation, which I'm circling here, provides the opportunity for a forklift to come up, pick these up, move them to wherever you'd like them to be. So look, quite a neat little design feature which we've worked through in this detail phase, which I wanted to explain through today. Yeah. Just to explain the other images that you can see as an example of the concrete walls. So we've got a series of these concrete walls, and in selected locations we have seating to the top. We have a series of seats with backrests and seats without backrests as well. So look, I won't go into the detail of these seats because I don't think you probably want to hear me talk about the detail of the seats. I could talk about them all day, but I don't think you want me to. So that look. That brings me to probably the last, I guess, section of what we want to discuss or present today is the planting scheme. So within our detailed documentation that goes out for tender, we'll have detailed planting plans which will schedule every single plant. However, for the purposes of today, I've brought that back to our planting strategy or planting scheme, which describes the overall philosophy around how we go about putting our planting plans together. And so we've broken Baring Square down into 7 spaces. We've got the existing garden beds which are to remain, which are these kind of aqua green blue colours. We've got the proposed Perennial Gardens, which is the dark green, and so you'll note that this is an existing garden bed. However, there's actually not a whole lot there currently which will probably be retained, so it's probably being treated as a new garden bed. We've got new garden beds which sit underneath the magnolias, which are a tough growing environment, and so we've treated that as a separate typology. We've got a formal garden through the middle, and so formal, I'll talk further to the formal garden shortly. We've got the Streetscape Garden, which is pulling through the town centre planting and upgrade and bringing that through, so there's a consistent design theme around the streets. We've got the annual border fronting East Street, and then we've got the lawn as well. So to talk a little bit through the Perennial Gardens and I guess our analysis of the gardens there currently, our review of the current garden is that there's a wonderful mix of perennials, annuals, some really beautiful plants, which certainly in springtime there's that pop of colour. However, we probably thought there was a lacking underlying structure to the plants. I think through winter, it's probably lacking the structure or the weight or plants which kind of carry it through the winter. During the spring and summer months, it has a beautiful display of colour, but then it's probably that year-round effect which I think we're looking for in this space is probably lacking. Similarly, we looked at the perennials and thought that the perennials could potentially have more structure within their layout as well. There is a Dutch landscape designer called Pierre Waldorf. He's renowned around the world for his planting style. He started a new perennial movement in which he looked at using perennials in conjunction with native grasses. And so the native grasses essentially do what I was mentioning, which is provide structure for the perennials to kind of pop out of. So during growing season, and the image to the top left is one which I'll probably just talk to. During growing season, you can see these perennials are popping out of these native grasses, which are a really beautiful, fantastic effect. Looks wonderful, and it also has a naturalistic feel to it. So and then during winter, when the perennials or the flowers die back, then the native grasses still hold that space and still provide a really nice garden bed. And so we looked at Berring Square, the current planting there, and thought actually Pierre Waldorf's design principles could be applied really well to this. And so where we have existing perennial gardens, which like I say, there's an already great collection of perennial flowers which we want to keep. We want to make sure we're using what's there, which is worthwhile keeping, which there is a lot of. What we'll be doing is going through and identifying 50% of those perennials which are either not incorrectly, but potentially haven't been located in the best positions, or perhaps they're actually just not thriving. We'll look to remove 50% of those gardens and replace it with 50% of native grasses and tussocks. And so that's these plants which I highlight in the bottom here. We'll then, and so Pierre Waldorf, and hopefully this is coming across, Pierre Waldorf had three design principles. One is the underlying native grasses and tussocks. The second is the perennials as a block planting, and the third is a scatter plant, is what he's called it. And the scatter plant is essentially a plant which goes through, or a perennial that goes through the entire garden bed and pulls that whole garden together. And so we're then looking at providing a scatter plant within these existing perennial gardens also. That will then tie in nicely with our new perennial gardens. And so again, the philosophy stays the same. We've got our structure plant, which are the native grasses, which ties in nice with the overall context and the surrounding landscape, is bringing in these native grasses. We'll use grasses and tussocks which are indigenous to this area, and then bringing in the perennials as block planting into these spaces, and then the scatter plants also, so that the new perennial garden beds and the existing ones that we're somewhat retrofitting, they speak as one nice overall design. My view is that if we were to do this successfully, that it's going to be a really eye-opening, popping, really impressive garden, which I think Berring Square deserves. It already has, but I think we can further it. I won't go into detail on this, but this is what a planting plan using those design principles looks like. We have the different colours which represent different perennial flowers, which I won't go into. They create a rhythm of perennial flowers through that garden bed. Let's say this here is a plant called echinacea. You might have 30 or 40 of those here, then you see that repeating through the garden. You've then got that underlying mass of native grasses holding that whole space together. Only a few more to go. We've got the shade garden sitting underneath the magnolia, so that uses the same principles. However, it's more suited for plants which can survive underneath the magnolia in the shade. We have then the formal garden, which runs through the middle of the design. So this is coming back to my original comment, and then also the walls, in that we are really wanting to enforce or emphasize that directionality or that movement between the clock tower, East Street, and the civic building. So here we'll look at using more clipped hedges, which will be a nice contrast with the perennial natural gardens that I just been referencing. We have more formal clipped hedges here, which then bring directionality and movement through and into the building. Also then just highlighting or working off that water feature using those long lines. The Streetscape Gardens will be just referencing the town centre current upgrade, bringing that through so that the Berring Square and the Solar design has a link back, similar to the similar paving styles that we use, just bringing that design consistency into the Streetscape Gardens. And that is the end of I guess what we wanted to show you today. So
thanks, Ben. That's a really good overview of the, or better than that, exactly what's going to happen in there. So it's really good and good explanations. Got question time now, councillors, and I've got one from Councillor Cameron.
You've got three actually, Mr Mayor, if that's all right.
It's fine.
With regards to propagation of the plants, are we sourcing these locally, or have you had any thought as to where they would come from?
Look, it's probably not something at this stage which we've looked into. Wherever we can, we like to suggest to suppliers or the landscape
the
contractor
domain
planters that they come
Yeah.
locally. However, this will go to either the main contractor or the open spaces team, and it will be their responsibility to as to where they source those from.
So the scattered perennial things, will they rejuvenate themselves, or do they need to be freshly scattered each?
They'll rejuvenate themselves. Yep.
Was part of the brief low maintenance for the garden? Was that part of the brief that you received, or not?
No, it wasn't. No.
Okay. So there's quite a lot of native species in there which aren't renowned for their colour.
Mm-hmm.
So we're getting the colour from like the winter rose, presumably about this time of year and things. And is that raisin bush? I can't read that.
Resin bush.
Raisin bush. Otherwise, I can't see a lot of colour.
For sure. So this page here is the Streetscape Garden. So look, in the Streetscape Garden, no, there won't be a lot of colour. Yeah, sure. It'll be more so natives. There'll be the winter rose, and there'll be a couple of flowers coming through. But no, in the Streetscape Garden, it'll be mainly just shrubs. That's more of a low maintenance type scenario. But back within Bering Square, and I'll just come back to these pages here, we are providing colour and interest in here. So the block planting, we've got the rust and sage, which is really nice purple. Penstemon can come in a number of colours, red, blue, yellow, whatever we may choose. The shining meadow rue, a yellow, the iris, a nice white. So in the actual Bering Square itself, we're going to have a lot of colour coming through and popping up. The grasses, although they will have 50% of the garden bed, will just somewhat play a background or just play a little bedding, which these perennials will pop up out of. And then during winter, they'll then provide, I guess, the structure for that space to still be interesting.
And how heavy will these bollard cum seats be in terms of like a tonne, 500 kilos? How heavy are they going to be approximately if they require forklifts to lift them?
Yeah, I don't have a number for you. However, they will need a forklift to move.
And my last question, if I may, I'd like to know that at some stage. My last question is how many seats, because this is going to be a dual space for public gatherings and things. We've got some seats that are going to have backs and not backs, and we've obviously got the bollards. How many seats in that space actually are there?
Yeah, correct. Yep. So there is a number of seats. Look, I could probably pretty quickly just count up. We've got 2 sitting down on this corner. We have 1, 2, 3 sitting in this main plaza.
Sorry to interrupt. Like 100 people, or 200 people, or 30 people?
50 to 100 people.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
I would suggest we possibly need more, but
You can always bring them in at a later stage, yes, because they're not permanent. I've got one question online, Diane.
Thank you. Really like what I'm seeing in the design and, excuse me, the colours in there. I just had a question. Did I hear you correctly that the bluestone, which is beautiful stone, is going to be seating?
Yeah, correct. It has a dual purpose. It's both seating and a bollard, but yes, it can be used as seating.
Okay, I just had a question. I'll make you all laugh, but you get a plus 30 plus degree day in summer, it's going to be hot to sit on, isn't it?
Yes.
And extremely cold in winter.
Yeah, so there are timber seats also, and so yes, if it's a hot day and the bluestone is hot, then there are other options. Yeah.
It's okay. No, it'll look great, but I just thought I can see people sitting on it and standing up in a hurry, especially in the summer.
Yeah, for sure. No, look, it's a valid point. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you.
Angus?
Thanks.
Mr Mayor, my question is, after attending some committee meetings and that sort of thing, sitting in, I want to know the rationale, please, for using Timaru bluestone at the last minute.
Timaru bluestone is a very durable, hard-wearing stone, which can be also easily used for purposes like this. So a lot of the stones that we have are hard to shape or provide products like this. So bluestone is a very good stone to do this type of work with, albeit not immediately local. It is in the wider Canterbury context as local as well. So that's probably the other reason that we're using bluestone there. Bluestone is also found on the site currently within paving, which has been already installed.
Thank you for the answer. Mr. Mayor, does the presenter fully understand the hours that have been spent in committee meetings to get things local in this project?
Do we have Bluestone and Ashburton?
No, it's Timaru Bluestone. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have answered that.
If there is an alternative stone local, which I'm unaware of, then I would by all means happily use that. Yep. So if I'm unaware of that stone, I apologise, but please make me aware of it.
Angus?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, offer a suggestion. The Ashburton Rotary Club, when they did Totra Park, is it just out here, were adamant that they needed a certain size granite, and they found one. Happened to be in our own Rakaia Gorge, exactly where the tribal trails used to be. Is that not more local? What's wrong with Rakaia Gorge granite? Cut up.
Is it available?
Sorry?
Is it available?
I'm sure. Mr. McCann helped me out the river at Cleardale. The Cleardale River that you've been helping. It's called Cleardale?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Cleardale River, no, the next one up, sorry. Ensor's, next one up, what's it called? With the big long bridge. Redcliffs. I'm sure Redcliffe Station would allow us to take a couple of few stones out of their river to protect their bridge. We'd be killing many birds with one stone, to use an expression, Mr. Mayor. I'll bring it up later in discussion.
Are they stones or are they slabs? Because I think this is a slab. Is it?
This is cut.
It's cut from boulders to form that slab.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Perhaps it's a discussion you could have as an alternative. Perhaps Trevor, any comments?
Yeah, so bluestone's used quite a lot around places. So there's Melbourne bluestone, Auckland bluestone, Chinese bluestone. So sort of the Timaru is the most local sort of bluestone source that we're aware of. But we also do have granite sets, like small pavers as well. And so there's some details that may be a source of that local stone. But
Redcliffe's Bluestone. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, and I too like the plan. I think it's great, and I'm hoping that a lot of the planting can be done in-house. But I was just asking about the lighting. So you mentioned that there was going to be a change in the lighting plan. Is that going to reduce the cost estimated that for the lighting?
Yeah, we're working through that in a minute. So I had a meeting with the electrical engineer there and the lighting supplier last week, and so I've asked him to go away and actually bring that back to me. So I'm sorry I don't have that with you here today. When looking at it in terms of with them, we looked at it as probably going to be pretty cost neutral in terms of the result, but I can't confirm that for you right now.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I've got Councillor Braham online.
How are we all?
Yep, we can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ben, thank you for the plan. It looks really great, and I'm quite see it the way it is done. Bluestone, I used it quite a bit in my own place, so it's not too hot, it's not too cold, it's great stuff to work with, and at least you can cut it. Yeah, granite up the gorge is really nice for rocks, but you can't really cut it properly, so that's going to be a problem. But my question is basically, the pavers we're going to use is the same as what has been done through town, and that's great. I understand why. But with your bluestone bollards and then forklifts, are you going to use heavier thickness, or is it just the 40 or 50 mil thickness we're going to use for paving?
Technical question.
I think it's a sort of
How thick is the slab, I think?
Yes, sorry, I'm not sure I quite understood the question there.
Okay.
Hamish?
Perhaps I can put it in a slightly different way. I think the councillor is concerned that the weight of the bluestone on the pavers will require a different thickness of paver or base where the bluestone is going to be. Because if it's just the normal thickness of paver, there's risk that the weight of the bluestone will damage it. I think that's what I heard councillor say.
Yep. Okay, I understand the question. Thank you. The pavers that we've specified are 80 mil thick. They will withstand vehicle movements, and we're not suggesting trucks will be going down here, but they could withstand that as well. So, yeah.
Question answered. Thank you. All good, Lane. John.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question, what percentage of the total bill just relates to the revamp of Bearing Square on the present area that it is at the moment? In other words, new planting, the walls, none of the gold-plated blocks that are going to go in between the current Bearing Square and the new building. So what percentage of the cost actually relates to the Bearing Square upgrade?
There was a cost estimate done late last year, but we have to go back through the numbers, but gut feel, that's probably the bulk of it. We're obviously doing the upgrade of the street itself, which is where most of your paving and more expensive materials are. So what would you say? Would you say 70% on the road and 30% on the current Bearing Square?
Yeah, it feels about right. Yeah.
Yeah. We're obviously doing the drainage and everything in the road.
And that feels right as far as I'm concerned. So basically, what we've been telling the ratepayers is that we're doing a Bearing Square upgrade, where in actual fact, 70%, if we agree on 70%, is actually just being done because of the new civic centre. So really, it should be added on to the cost of the civic centre and should not be part of the Bearing Square upgrade.
Yeah, you could package it any way you like, but the cost is still the cost, and the council will pay for it one way or the other. But I know exactly what you're trying to say. Yep, or did say. Lynette.
I like your plan. I think it's looking good, but I've just got a couple of questions. Those tall, leggy plants we see in this square, we won't see them again, will we? Because at the end of the seasons, they get very ugly and get lots of complaints. So that will be the end of our untidy gardens.
Yes.
Thank
No, look, if I can give you more, and I'm not entirely sure what tall leggy plants you are referring to, but if it is some of the ones that we may be retaining or still proposing, because there are some tall perennials which do get quite tall, the fact that they'll then have grasses and tucks underneath them through the winter as well will alleviate that overall effect. But that may not be the plants you're referencing, so yeah.
No, it's good to see the native grasses in there, that mixture. I like that. Now, there's a big tall tree down on the south end. It's a big, long, high one with only, it's like a fern or palm, whatever. Is that a native? We've been asked questions by the public. Is that a native tree, or is it not, or is it coming out because it's ugly?
Yeah, right. Look, I'm not entirely sure what you're referencing, but off the top of my head, there's no natives down that end, as far as I'm concerned. So I can go back and have another look, but
it's the tallest tree in there, and it's just straight up with a piece on the top. And
we're not talking about because there's the palms in each of the corners. There's a palm in each 4 of the corners.
Maybe.
And if we're talking about them, then no, they're not native.
They're not native.
Yeah.
And they're staying?
They're not staying?
They are staying.
Yeah, they
yes.
are.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you. I have a couple of questions. The car parking, any options there for EV charging in amongst those car parkings?
It's not currently part of the scope.
Wondering if it shouldn't be some in there or ducted for.
Sure.
Yeah. Then the street, is it one way, two way?
Oh, yeah. It's one way.
Going from
north to south.
Cameron the other way. Yeah. Why did you choose that way, or do we choose that way, or why is it not the other way? We chose that, right? Great. And the name of that road, I don't think it has a name at the moment. We call it Bearing Square East, but it's not named a road or anything, so that's not for you. That's probably for us to name it properly, I think. Yeah, and the final question, the water feature that's there now, what's happening with that?
The function of it is staying the same. We are merely upgrading the walls and the base, and so the walls will be looking at a steel plate is what we're looking at the moment, because the walls you almost see layers of what's been built up, and so we're looking at addressing those, and then the base we're looking at just putting a river rock or something like that to line the base of it.
To make it safer, so less likely to fall in.
Trevor just did remind me that there's the stepping slabs which run across. They are about 80 mil down from the surrounding paving, so we're putting pavers to the top of those to bring them to the same level, so that is not a health and safety issue.
Okay, thanks. John?
Yeah, just comment on your idea about EV stations. I thought we were encouraging that to be short-term parking. So what would be the point of having an EV station if you're only going to be parked there for 20 minutes or 10 minutes type of thing?
The point, how long is the parking for, or has that not been decided? That must be probably our decision, is it? Oh, Jane.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Brown, we've still got to review that because we think we need a mix of short-term but also some longer-term for people visiting the library. I think with this library, the expectation is that people will stay a lot longer than they might stay at the current library because it's quite a destination. So we've yet to work through that. But in terms of EV charging, there are no plans at all to be providing that on the street because you'd have to take out a whole lot of parks to put in the plant. So it's never been our intention to provide EV charging actually on the street. That's why at the moment it's in places like car parks.
Yeah, these are car parks. I think we just need a discussion to say why we haven't put them in, or why are we going to put them in, or not.
We'll have them with the new building, haven't we?
For the public?
No.
No.
There's a conduit being allowed for, but it's decided to hold off the actual putting it in.
So
Discussed a couple of years ago.
yeah, perhaps that's a discussion for the PCG, is should the conduit go in for EV charging at a future date, or whatever else turns up at a future date, at least the conduit is in the ground for something, perhaps. But it could be a PCG discussion. Okay. Oh, Neil.
Through me, we certainly can do that, and it is something that has been suggested by Meridian Energy. They have mentioned to us that they could potentially look at installation of EV charging there, but we still got to sit down and go through that with them. So in the next few weeks, they are going to come and present to us about some proposals for us to look at. So
Is us being council or us being staff?
well, staff initially, and then we can present it to council depending on how that goes.
Great, thank you. Hamish?
But just to clarify perhaps with Ben or Trevor, should we have to resolve this issue of putting some conduit in, what's the time frame that you would require as you go out to let the contract for this work? Is that going to be an issue?
Probably one thing that may need to be checked. We are putting additional power outlets, particularly in that central space, to accommodate events. I guess with the EV, it's just working out if there's sufficient power in the switchboards and that infrastructure in that area to deal with the number of EVs would be the first question. We could ask Becca, but time frame, obviously construction will be happening sort of early next year.
So if we were to consider and resolve the issue of some sort of infrastructure for the future,
yep.
When would we need to do that by?
Sort of by the end of the year or early next year.
Thank you. Councillor Cameron?
We did discuss as part of our climate change mitigation strategy, I think we discussed EV parking because we noted there was a paucity of EV parking in the town, which is a significant gap. And some members of the council were a little bit disgruntled that the council team would have access to EV parking while the people in the community may not. So that has been addressed and dealt with. But I mean, I'm all a supporter of EV parking, so if we can get some, I think that would be great. My question is with the Lou Summers statue, is that staying where it is? Is it in the drawing?
It is, yes,
Yeah, I'm
just
blind.
sitting here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it there. I think.
Yeah.
I should have
Sorry,
seen
it's between pages.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, just getting down to final questions now. Lynette?
Just asking about the flagpole, where did it finally end up? In the square or over in the building? Just to...
Trevor? Yeah.
I can't remember.
That is a very good question. I'm just trying to remember. I have to look back through the minutes, I think.
Three.
Because this is so symmetrical in that, and
It was going to be one. I think it was agreed one.
you just about need two because it's so symmetrical.
You got it.
Yeah, we have included one within the design at the moment. The final location's to be confirmed. We have noted it just in terms of putting it on the page here. This is the blue dot you may see just behind you. However, that's probably not its final resting spot. It's a matter of having it in the drawing so that it's allowed for in the pricing with the tender. Yeah. So we'll work through the final location for that.
Ben, what's the time length it would take to construct this? Is that your brief to?
It's not in terms of my brief. In terms, look, I haven't given that too much thought. I'm not sure if there's an overall program, Trevor, which could speak to that.
I think the overall intention was trying to finish it with the main building.
Correct.
And so, again, after we get approval for this, within the next sort of few weeks, hoping to go to the market, that potentially takes sort of 4 weeks for pricing. And so, hopefully before the end of the year, we have a contractor on board, and then we can start, I guess, looking at the integration between the building project, remembering that some of the similar paving is actually from the boundary to the building. There's about 6 metres of effectively footpath there, which is already within the building contract. And so some of there's sort of you've got an integrated paving that bridges the boundary. So you kind of want to get all that sort of paving down in one hit. So I think there's still ability to get the timeframes aligned.
They need to be aligned, yeah. Have to be. Liz?
Just a very quick question. The removal of the Boer War memorial, that's not included in this tender, is it?
No, that's a separate project, and is subject to as we talked about previously at the PCG, a separate process. It requires a resource consent. Currently talking to the heritage people, etc., etc. So it's not just a matter of getting a forklift and doing the physical work. There is a process for us to follow, but it is by council decision our intention to follow that process to move it to Bering Square West.
And certainly on the drawings we're showing it potentially being removed, and that was sort of to allow, I guess, if it was to be removed, we've got the paving underneath already allowed for, and so if it stays, then we can obviously get a credit.
Councillor Mackay.
Just for your information, Mr Mayor, that street you were talking about before is called Bering Square East, according to TripAdvisor.
Yeah, exactly. But normally you have another couple of words, a word behind it. Either says street or it says road or drive or something. It just says Bering Square East, which it's just ambiguous.
It is no street.
Well, I might want the word street put on the end of it then. But anyway, it's chief, minor matter. Councillors, no more questions. So I'm looking for the recommendation. Someone would like to move?
Yes,
Yep.
I would quite happily move this. I think it looks really, really great, and we've left a lot of the original features there and those whale bones, and I just think it's going to add value to the town, and I'm looking forward to it being completed. Thank you.
Councillor Mackay, you seconding?
No.
Got a seconder? Councillor McMillan? Open for discussion, debate. Councillor Mackay.
I got an amendment that Ashburton District source granite be used instead of Timaru bluestone.
Just trying to. Could it be that you could investigate, Trevor, if Ashburton granite could be used in there, if it's suitable? Does it need to be in the motion? I don't know, but Angus.
Well, I'm only doing what other people have done to get their wall and their wall hangings and everything done, so I presume that was the process I had to go through. That's why I'm trying to follow it. But if you think it's going to be investigated, I'll withdraw.
Okay, or we could take
Subject
your
to the
amendment if anyone wishes to support and second your amendment. No, there's no support for that amendment. So it's back to the original motion recommendation, which is that council approves the attached landscape plans for Bering Square East and seek tenders for implementation. And Lynette moved it and Liz seconded it. And Carolyn speaking to it. Oh, we've got Lane. Lane?
Here we are.
Yes.
The bluestone is the best product to use there for the functions we want to give it. You can cut it. It's easy to sit on. The stones we've got here in the rivers are not easy to cut. It will sharp. It will break. It's nice as boulders, but not to sit on. So I stay with the bluestone.
Okay. Thank you. Carolyn.
I'd like some certainty, and it may well have been to the PCG committee, but I'd like some certainty around the number of seating, given that a lot of the cost is in the special paving and the relocatable bollard seats and all the rest of it. How many seats are going to be there? I mean, I take your point, Mr. Mayor, that we can move seats in, but that's, you know, they're going to sit, they're not going to be so stable on the concrete, they're going to be on wooden things.
Yeah, I think what they're saying is there's more seats there now than what there will be more seats than what there is there now.
I hope so, because it's going to be a theatre space.
If I may, in terms of the seating, I referenced maybe 50, 70 earlier. That wasn't taking into consideration or the extent of walls that we have. So the timber seating will only take up a portion of the wall. And so I was referencing that number. If we took the whole wall, which is all sitting at seating height as well, there is a vast number of seating opportunities.
So the walls that are, the concrete walls that are around the perimeter have got a quite a wide ledge that people
Correct.
can sit
If
on.
I can refer you to the screen, and you can see the first one here. So this is a concrete wall. This is all at seating height, running down here. And then as I go eventually to the next page, then all of these walls running through here, this is all at seating height. Likewise, this is all at seating height too. So there's a lot of seating opportunities if those walls were to be used as well, which they will be.
Thank you, that makes it, thank you. My other comment is with regards to sourcing product locally. I mean, I know we propagate in the domain, whether that's appropriate or not, but I would like to have some assurances that our plantings, what is needed, which I think is not a lot, is sourced locally before I support this as well.
Okay, how do we get that assurance, Amish?
Perhaps the resolution can be amended to say that wherever possible, we will source the plantings locally. And that then allows us to make the effort, but where it isn't appropriate, then it doesn't hamstring us to get on with the job. Yeah.
Steve? Yeah. Do you want an amendment, councillors, or just take the undertaking that it'll be sourced locally if possible? Happy with that? Okay. We've had right of reply, Councillor Lovett, if need be. Oh, Ben, did you have something?
Sorry, just to further that comment, we can include within our specification, so a specification will go with this, that we can include a note to say that wherever possible, the plants must be sourced locally.
Okay, that will cover the basis. Thank you very much. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against?
No. No.
Carried. Recorded. Councillor Flynn, Councillor Mackay voted against and recorded. And that motion is passed. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Well done.
Thank you.
Item of business is the 2021 Annual Resident Survey, and we have Michael Hooker here. Michael, if you'd like to come up and present your report. Councillors, it's on page 17 and the actual report is tucked away in Stella. It's down there, which you will have read earlier. Michael, if you just want to, you got a PowerPoint, great. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is introduced as Michael Hooker. I'm the Director of Research at Key Research. So this is the summary results presentation of the recently completed resident satisfaction survey. So the format of my presentation today, it's just a few slides long, but I'll begin by talking about the objectives of the exercise. I'll then talk a little bit about the method that we employed before I talk about some of those KPI measures and those findings. We'll look at a little bit more of the results in detail before moving on to a conclusion itself. So the survey sets out to determine how satisfied or dissatisfied residents are with all of the services and facilities that are provided by the council. Importantly, we want to determine any changes in satisfaction levels or perceptions over time, and also importantly measure progress towards goals which have been set in the long-term plan. So this is now the third year that we've had the privilege of conducting this survey, so we continue with the same methodology which has been really successful for us. So we give residents the chance to complete, self-complete questionnaire either online or by a hard copy questionnaire. You can see there that we get a really good response rate, consistent with the other 2 years of the study. We have a slightly higher proportion complete online over the past 12 months, which is quite encouraging because we want to get as many completing online as we can. So we end up with a really good sample size there of 871. So we start out the survey by setting some quotas so that we get a good representation across the community. And we don't always arrive at that exact quota at the start, so we weight the sample statistically. So we've got a really good demographic profile of residents and the result set that we present back. We start with the electoral roll as what we call our sample frame. So we send out an invitation letter and then a reminder and hard copy questionnaire follows that. You'll see there are 4 waves of data collection. So essentially we're looking to cover off any seasonality and any topical issues of the day that may arise as well. So on to some of the results themselves. So we measure 41 attributes. There were 13 that had recorded improvements in performance and 22 that recorded decreases. So I'll just touch on this slide on some of those that had some incremental performance improvements there. So right at the top we see rubbish and recycling, which is quite encouraging for us, and then another number of the other services and facilities that the council provides are recording improvements in perception as well. Conversely, at the other end of the scale here, we'll see some attributes relating to the roading network there, recording decreases in levels of satisfaction, and also an attribute around the performance of the council staff as well. If we look at the main KPI that we measure here, which is overall performance, we see a bit of a decrease there from 74% in 2021 down to 66% now. But we feel as though that is still a good performance. So we do annual residence surveys for 19 other local governments around New Zealand, and 66% would appear to fall probably in about the average range of performance at a local authority level. The key driver for Ashburton is around the perceptions of the roading network, but also in terms of the image and reputation of the council and the council officers as well. We have noticed in the studies that we conduct regularly across the sector that there has been an incremental decrease in levels of satisfaction since 2019, and year on year levels of satisfaction have decreased, and it's kind of a reflection, I guess, of the level of angst that's being felt across the community, and so these seesaw effect that you see here is not altogether unexpected. This slide here shows you the facilities and services which are recording really good levels of performance, and the profile here is very similar to what we've seen in past years. So these are the sorts of things that the council delivers on really well and continues to do so. There's an open-ended question in the questionnaire which asks respondents and residents to state why they are dissatisfied with overall performance, and we'll see there by far the bulk of responses are related to things to do with the roading network, and it's something that I don't think that we need to continue to emphasise, because we know that the district does seem to struggle to get over this, but we do need to be cognisant of the pervasive influence of this upon residents' overall perception of the council's performance. I mentioned earlier that rubbish and recycling had bounced back, so this is quite a nice chart here. So we see that little bit of a dip that occurred in 21, and that was on the back of something that had happened, I think it was in about spring 2020, so that has been resolved, so that's good to see. This chart here is showing a really nice, a bit of a divergence here in terms of ratepayer perceptions v non-ratepayer perceptions. And that's quite interesting, and we see that in general non-ratepayers are much more likely to be satisfied about just about everything, more than ratepayers are likely to be satisfied. This is the performance of the EA Network Centre, so this is tracking really well. Good to see a very strong level of performance, so perceived well by residents, and it's tracking above the LTP target as well. So there's Two questions we ask about focus for spending for the council. You'll see by far the bulk of comments here about where some of the investment should be going is around things to do with the roading network. And then things that the council should be spending less on. So this is a fairly typical profile to what we've received in past years as well, although we see a newcomer there in terms of that third row down, council staff, overseas trips and vehicles. So that's a new entrant on that list for this past 12 months. Last year, I introduced some insight and some thoughts here around the correlation between the trust that residents have in the council to do the right thing for the districts and its communities, and whether or not residents have confidence that the district is headed in the right direction. And interestingly, we see that correlation continue because both of those attributes have trended down over the past 12 months. And this then becomes quite significant when we think about the way residents are perceiving the performance of the council and where focus can be placed in order to improve that overall perception of performance. This is a very interesting slide which I've got here, and I just wanted to bring your attention to a couple of things here. The fourth row down is overall performance, and you'll see the 19-point difference there between urban folk and rural folk of the district. And the urbanites are those who live within basically the Ashburton city limits, and rural folk is anyone else across the district. That is a big difference. But when we look at those numbers where they were in 2021, the rural number has decreased by 14 points and the urban number decreased by 3 points. So it starts to tell us that a lot of that overall performance decrease is being driven by people who are living in what we term to be the rural part of the district. Compounded also by the attribute right at the top of the list there, which is the drinking water supply. Big difference in perception ratings there between urban and rural. And again, rural decreased by a lot more over the past 12 months than urban did as well. So there's obviously something going on there between the way that urban people perceive the performance of the council and rural folk. So final slide then, just some conclusions. We see that the overall performance measure has decreased, but we think that it's still a good level of performance. I've just touched on the rural urban differences there. There's definitely something going on, and if that can be addressed in some way, it's going to arrest that seesaw effect or that decline that we're seeing in that overall perception measure. We see that the roading network continues to have a strong influence here in Ashburton. Performance of the mayor and councillors and the council staff are being rated less positively, and of course this compounds then that overall performance perception. We see with a lot of our other clients that where they communicate the value provided by council, this is really important in terms of helping to improve perceptions, and can go a long way in itself to helping that key metric improve. And then the final point here, the focus on image and reputation. And so in a previous slide there, I pointed out how trust and confidence were closely related to each other. A focus on the image and reputation of the council is going to help a lot in terms of residents feeling good about the district and the performance of the council. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. That's a very good overview of the survey done of the last district. The lights are coming on. Firstly, I have a question. If you, out of the 66% overall performance, satisfaction rather, if you took roading out of that, being a statistician, would lift it quite a bit, would it not?
That's a very, very good question. I'm not quite sure how we would do that because it's embedded into the
roading is probably pulling everything down. That's the point I'm trying to make.
It has a high level of influence. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Questions, Councillor Cameron.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. I'm looking at perceptions of Ashburton District's overall performance has significantly declined in the past year. noting satisfaction with the mayor and councillors is a significant decline. I can't see significance level attached to that in the document. I presume you wouldn't say you're a statistician. I presume it's 95% of those 871 people that answered it. So that would have to be, I note there's no significant, not trying to throw our urban councillors to the wolves. Is there a significance between the rural and the, not trying to throw the rural councillors to the wolves, is there a difference between the urban and the rural council staff, councillors, mayor, significant or non-significant? And how many people per cohort?
So the data is weighted. So the rural folk attribute 41% of the sample. So a significant part of the sample, and so therefore any differences that are noted as statistically significant are so.
Basically come from the rural cohort, is that what you're saying?
Not quite sure I understand the question.
Your answer.
Hamish, you got a comment?
Just to clarify, what I heard Michael you say is that as you've described rural urban, you've described it as Ashburton Township and the rest. So in our lexicon, we may well think of Rakaia and Methven as being urban, but for the purposes of the survey, they're being regarded as rural. And so when I see the one around water, for example, and that there's increased dissatisfaction in the rural area, where we don't provide water to what we would call farmers, but we know there's significant concern in Methven, which we are addressing via our planning and project program, that will be being affected by concerns in Methven, which Michael's describing as rural, just for the purpose of the survey. So you've got to be a little bit careful about urban, rural, the way it's being described for the purpose of distinguishing in the survey and the way we might be thinking about urban, rural.
Because I'm thinking urban as in Methven, Rakaia.
That's right, but I heard Michael say that that's not included. So that you just got to take that into account as you contemplate those things.
Probably attributable to, as you suggest, Hamish. Then one more question, please, if I can, Michael. Sure. Non-rate payers generally more satisfied than rate payers. Is that common throughout all of New Zealand?
Yes, yes it is.
Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The one that surprises me is building services and why there's been a 9% change there. My perception of building services is they do a great job, and the people I talk to who deal with them also think they do a good job. Are you able to pinpoint which part of building services is letting it down?
Hamish?
Without knowing this to be true, but as I hope an intelligent perspective on that is that the building boom has put every building services team in New Zealand under immense pressure, and we know that we're not turning around building consents in the same time frame as we were able to previously, and we know that is frustrating to developers, builders and homeowners who are trying to get things done. So I am not surprised to see that the building services team, that is not because they are any less helpful, proficient or experts at what they do. It is simply the volume of work through this construction boom has created immense pressure on that team, and it will be noticeable, and we're getting the results because of that.
Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. I'm looking at the performance of the mayor and councillors and council staff. I think it's page 16. And it has declined, but if you look back 2 or 3 years ago, we're probably on par, but 2021 was probably an unusually good year for us, and I'm presuming that's because of how council, the mayor, councillors responded to the floods. Would that be accurate?
I'm not sure if I can go into that specific detail. What I can say is there were comments around visibility and accountability of the mayor and councillors. That's what we can deduce out of the feedback that we got.
Positive comments.
So it would be both.
Yeah.
And through you again, Mr. Mayor, you've got to remember the last year has involved COVID mandates, protests across the country, discontent, if you like, at authority, we've had our own, issues at our own facilities that have had various restrictions. So again, it's very hard to maintain such a high level of satisfaction when there are some parts of our community who have disagreed with the way in which we've approached our pandemic obligations.
Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I've got 2 questions. Do you completely change the people you survey each year? Because I hear some people say they've been questioned last year and they've been questioned again this year. Do you wipe the slate clean and completely start again?
Yes, to all intents and purposes we do. So we're basing the sample frame off the electoral roll. But of course, because we don't have an infinite number of people to sample from, it is possible that some people may well come up in the sample frame again.
And the second question, you obviously do surveys not only for our council. Is it a general dissatisfaction throughout New Zealand regarding roads?
For some districts it is, and you can tell where that is because it comes through quite clearly, but for others it is not. So it depends on the uniqueness of the district.
I think perhaps we should know where the good roads are, and we could talk to NZTA to ask how they seem to be able to get a better deal from Whakatahi.
Mm-hmm. The surveys you do for other councils will be on their websites, no doubt?
Yes.
Yeah, so if we wanted to search there, we could find those ones that poll positively for their roads. Yeah. Or you could point us in the right direction to cut some time down. Yeah. Councillor Lovett.
I was just going to ask the current economic environment, the government policies, you're advertising on the 3 waters and the road safety ads and things we're seeing on the TV. Do you think this is having an overall effect on our results? Like people in the country are having a distrust with governance. Do you think that's influencing results?
It is possible. We don't have questions that could specifically point to that, but you could deduce from the basis that we're seeing this decrease year on year at the moment, that there are bigger issues at play that are influencing people's perceptions or their levels of happiness.
Yeah, because that was my concern, because I was a bit disappointed reading this, and you think, look at the current environment, and people are being despondent and quite low self-esteem, and it has to come out somewhere. Someone's got to get the blame. Yeah.
Councillor Floon.
Yeah, just coming back to the point raised by Councillor Wilson, it probably and the roading thing, it probably relates to kilometres of roading per capita, and the bigger the roading per capita, the lower the satisfaction level is going to be. So Ashburton has high roading per capita, as does I think Ruapehu, East Coast, Westland, that sort of thing. So that's probably all going to be related.
Could be. Just make comment around the roading, it keeps dropping down and down, and we know we have issues out there with potholes and whatever, but on the other flip side of that, we're spending a lot of money on our roading, and we've got, I understand, 3 pothole crews out there as we speak, repairing potholes. The graders are grading the roads. The contractor's doing their bit, but the public doesn't seem to accept it or see it, I think. So perhaps it's a communications thing through council and we have a page every week in the 2 papers, whether we put something on communications on what we're actually doing with our roads. How many potholes did we fix that week? How many kilometres of road did we grade? All those sorts of things, and let the community know what we're actually doing, what the contract is actually doing on our roads. Perhaps that may help. That might be a comms thing to try and just let the people know what we're actually doing. Perhaps. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll make a note of that. We have tried increased communication sporadically in the past, and perhaps it's time to try and do more again and stick to it. Sometimes that communication can attract additional negative comment as well. So we'll have a go.
Okay. Councillor.
Just thinking back to that, several years ago we had a cartoon character, a roading guy, and we put up all the statistics and did exactly that, and maybe that's where we need to go back to.
I think internally we wouldn't intend to go back to that. It attracted a lot of criticism and negative feedback. So that's not likely to be our strategy, but we will think of a way of increasing our communication, but unless instructed otherwise, we wouldn't go back to that.
We'll look at something to see if we can communicate, see if it works. That's fine. Councillors, any further questions? If not, I'm looking for a move of the recommendation that we receive the 21-22 Annual Residence Survey Report. Councillor Cameron and Councillor Falloon. Any further discussion, debate? If not, I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Well done. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you. Councillors, just probably got a few minutes, so we might, before we break for lunch, we might just do the minutes of the council meeting of the 27th of July. Any alterations or additions on page 4? Page 5? We all got it. Page 6? 7. The mover that we're true and accurate record, Councillor Wilson. And the seconder, Councillor McMillan. Put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. And we'll receive the Audit and Risk Committee minutes. Someone like to move that we receive them? Councillor Cameron. Councillor Falloon. Oh, sorry, Lane, just dismissed. And there's a recommendation in there. We'll receive them first, then we'll do the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. We'll receive the minutes. Carried. And there's a recommendation in there that the Audit and Risk Committee receives the report on the Local Government Pecuniary Interest Register Amendment Act 2021. And the Audit and Risk Committee recommends to Council that Council appoints the governance team leader as the registrar in accordance with the Section 54G1 of the Local Government Act 2002. Councillor Falloon move. Seconder. Councillor McMillan. In debate. This is the one where you don't need to put your name and address on the your address on the billboards. Is it not? Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, correct. Been through the Audit and Risk Committee. Councillor Falloon speaking to it.
I don't like it because the amount of information that they're now requiring under that is almost an invasion of your personal privacy, particularly where you own businesses, are involved in trusts and that sort of thing. I guess we're now being put on the same level as what national politicians are, but for a local body politician, to me, as I say, to me it's an invasion of privacy.
Councillor Lovett.
I was just going to ask, with this, will it be put out to all the new candidates, kind of giving them an idea of what they're going to have to fill out, or they'll just receive this once the new candidates become on council?
Through Mr. Mayor, this is a legal requirement. So yes. This is not please do it or here's something you might want to think about. This is a legal requirement. So we will be pointing that out to councillors. This is also appointing our governance team leader as the official registrar of that register. So this is some process to strengthen the fact that councillors actually have to do this by the law of the land. So it's not a debating kind of issue. We have to require you to do it, and Philippa will be the registrar.
Yeah, I realise that, but a lot of people who have putting their names forward never came to the information evening, and they probably are unaware of implications and stuff. And
we'll make all new councillors aware.
Yeah, it's not.
We're made aware when they turn up at the table. Whoever turns up at the table, but yeah, there'll be lots of things the new councillors will learn that they didn't know, as we all have in the past. Yeah, and they can make themselves aware of what's happening out there. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. The Methven Community Board minutes. that the minutes of the 25th July Methven Community Board meeting be received. Councillor McMillan.
I'll move.
Councillor Latham. Moved and seconded. Any we're receiving those minutes? All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Moving over the page to the Road Safety Coordinating Committee minutes. The minutes of the 2nd August Road Safety Coordinating Committee meeting be received. Councillor Lovett.
I'll move.
Councillor Wilson. Put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. And the next item of business will be item number 10, which will be the Ashburton Timble Connectivity Second Bridge Detailed Business Case. We've got presenters for that, I think, which won't be here yet, so we'll adjourn now for lunch and start back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back all, and we'll resume the council meeting, and we're up to item number 10 on our agenda, which is the Ashburton Terminal Connectivity Second Bridge Detail Business Case. And we have a report in front of us, and we have the on our tablets all the reports that feed into that report, which we've all seen and read. We've got Mark here and Neil McCann to answer any questions for detail, and we've also got the consultants here, Stan Check, to answer any questions in the report that the gentleman here can't answer. So, councillors, or first of all, Neil, Mark, anything further to add to the report?
Yes, just want to explain that back in October last year, Council engaged Stantec to prepare the detailed business case for Council so that we have a comprehensive document to submit for funding applications. We now have received this detailed business case, which has been presented to Council. It is a comprehensive case for investment. It considers the need for investment and backs it up with the benefits of investment, showing a benefit cost ratio of over 1, which will support investment decisions. So it's here for Council to consider, and if you have any questions, I'll ask if Mike has anything more to add.
Yes, good afternoon. It is. This is a local connectivity, and that's what the whole project has been. And the detailed business case, the last stage of the business case process. So we've been through the previous one that looked at what the issues, the options. Chalmers Ave was the option that was adopted. So the design that's been done for this to enable costing and the economic analysis is what's in the detailed business case. So that's information that's there. It is local connectivity, and it is for not just for today, it's actually for the life of the bridge, which 50 plus 100 years. So it's not just about what road users are there today, it's for the future as well, and we don't know how that's going to change, but certainly encouraging walking and cycling is a big part of that, and that connectivity between Terminal and Ashburton needs to provide that, because there is a lack of that connectivity now. So I think that's probably enough, but the other thing is the design is for pedestrians and cyclists, but it's for cars, it's for heavy vehicles, that connectivity, and also with farm machinery as well, knowing we are a rural community and they use those roads and they will have to go across there, so it's designed to cater for all that. So all those things are taken into account, and so the detailed business case and the appendices and the design just cover all that. So that will probably do for me, I think.
Yeah, and it's going from South Street to
Rams Road.
Rams Road. That's
yes, the full length. Yes,
full length. Yeah, bridge and road. Neil?
Just one more thing. This has just recently been completed, so the cost estimate is absolutely current in the current atmosphere, the current climate of construction, particularly. One thing that is worth noting is that we know that the costs of bridge construction just in the last 2 years have increased, have almost doubled. So there's been a significant increase in costs recently, and this cost estimate is based on current costs at the moment. The costs have been peer reviewed by other consultants as well, so we're fairly confident that these costs reflect the costs as they are at the current time.
And that, as you say, it's cost today. If this bridge starts in 2 years' time, the cost will be different then, perhaps?
Could be, yes, depending on what happens in the future, okay. Yes.
So I've got questions, take questions now, councillors, and I've got one for Councillor Lovett.
Right, in the landscaping plan, I was looking at the road with all the and the roundabouts. So what we see in the plan as planned is what the finished product will be. Will some of these roundabouts be altered? That's one question, because my biggest concern is what we see in the plan with these South Street roundabout. It has got trees in its plan and it's narrowed in, and it's not conducive to putting big trucks and trailers and machinery going backwards and forwards. And my concerns also with the Graham's Road one. It is a rural road with a lot of heavy vehicles coming backwards and forwards up to town, And when I look back at the intersection at Lake Hood on Strangers Road, when that was done, through the harvest season, we see grain on the ground there because it wasn't fit for purpose for the rural landscape which it fits in. And that's what I don't want to see us making mistakes with these roundabouts that they're going to get bowled over and by big vehicles going backwards and forwards. And I'd like to know, with regards to the Moore Street one, that's a good example of a good roundabout trucks, and that can go over on the top of it there and move. You know, where do they fit with that roundabout? Narrowed in, or you know?
A couple of questions in there.
It'll take it all into account. So the design that's been done today is a detailed design. Talking to the Stantec guy, it's 80% there. But if and when the project goes ahead with the funding as approved, then that detail will be finished off. But the roundabouts will be constructed to cater for heavy vehicles going through them, driving over them, have the concrete aprons for them to ride over, that sort of thing. It's not something that will be neglected. It is a rural road, but it is an urban road. So it's on the urban fringe of Timble. So we'll don't know what it's going to look like in 50 years' time, but it will cater for all those traffic because that is a connection across, or the second connection across the Ashburton River. That's why the connection's been put in place. So it will cater for that. The designs that are there are concept ones based on the design that's been done today. They will be refined and tidied up and making sure, and there'll be consultation on that as well, just to make sure they can do what they're supposed to do.
Well, I'm hoping it is that we're not going to have these computer-generated models. That's what it's going to be, and end up not fit for purpose at the end of the day. Because once it starts the process, it's hard to alter it. And we know for a fact, trucks going backwards and forwards from one end of the district to the other, we keep slowing them down going through. You know, there's too many roundabouts here. The time they slow down and take off again, it is put there for inter-district connection, and if we're going to have to keep sending them so many k's up the main road to go over that bridge and come down again, it defeats its purpose.
It will cater for heavy vehicles. That's what the road's constructed for.
But we can't slow down that process.
Road safety is also taken into account as well, no doubt.
Yep.
I've got Councillor Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, I have a few questions, but I'll try and keep them brief. One comment leading up to the question is, it's disappointing one needs a detailed business case to have things written down that we already know. And for that I'm referring to the clip-ons where they notice the connectivity, to use the words which account for, I think, was it 40% of the detailed business case was the connectivity issue, is poor in our current situation, and that people drive over because it's unsafe to walk or unsafe to scooter or unsafe to cycle. They're talking in here of approximately 700,000 to put a clip on for cycling, walking and scootering. Would that be also at the far rate of 51%, or is that at the 62% given the safety savings and things when that goes on, or is that at Waka Kotahi's total expense?
Well, it would be Waka Kotahi, be 100% funded, yeah.
And what is the ETA for that?
Don't know.
I think we need, if it's premature to make a recommendation, but I think that needs investigation and we need some pushback on that in the meantime. I also doubt the statistic of 23 accidents over 20 years. And indeed in the report they allude to the fact that people have to go so jolly slow because of getting the access to the bridge, so that's why the accident rate is so low, hence why we have an expanded FAR rate up to 62% for the Chalmers Avenue Bridge. Another question I have is, this report, detailed business case, looks at the connectivity between immediately north of the river to Graham's Road, but of course we have to go north of the river to the Netherby roundabout, and that, as I understand, needs special insulating, sound protection, special modifications to the roading and the concrete and stuff. Who wears that cost? And is that again at the rate of 62 or is that at the far rate of 51%?
Well, there'll be a future project for council, so it'll be at 51%, unless we can make a case for more, but it'll be a future project that will need to align with this one, but is additional to the second bridge, and that Chalmers Ave is already there providing that access and the traffic along it, but there needs to be improvements to the curving channel and the seal in particular, maybe the pavement as well, and the tidy up of the roundabout. So that will be an additional project in the future, whether funded as a one-off project by itself or out of our other operational costs, our low-cost, low-risk ones, or our routine drainage renewals. That is still to be decided, but that is a separate project to this one.
So the people that live on Chalmers Avenue, until we can line up things, will deal with excess noise. Is that correct? If we do not modify that concrete, or how does that work? Is that why we need to reseal it, for the noise or for the weight, or what's the reason?
It is a noise thing, and a nicer surface to drive on, like Bridge Street further down past near the B, past Walnut Ave down to is it Seafield Road? So,
have we done any, through the chair, any preliminary work on looking at the cost of that? Because that
no,
will
we
have
haven't
to,
yet.
and for goodwill and purposes, that will have to be undertaken, presumably in the vicinity of the time with regards to the bridge.
It's in your normal budgets, isn't it?
Yeah, we haven't done any cost estimates on the whole route, but the two roundabouts at Moore Street and at Walnut Ave, we've got them in to be have the seal renewed on those because they're sort of at the end of their life, as you'll know if you drive through there with the cracks and things like that. So that's something that can be done prior to that as part of our reseal budget.
But that's State Highway 1, isn't it? You talk about Walnut Ave, where
No, I'm talking about Walnut Ave at Chalmers Ave.
Oh, Chalmers Ave.
Yeah, that roundabout there. Yeah.
I have additional comment, but I would like to leave them to later, please.
We'll take the comments in the debate stage. We'll go to Councillor McMillan and then Councillor Rawlinson if you get ready after Councillor McMillan.
Okay, thank you through the chair. Just a question on the detailed business case. It mentions in there that stakeholders were involved, and one of those was the Maniaroto Scouts. So have they been kept in the loop with the design and what it's going to mean for them to have the bridge sort of right next door to them? I think the Squash Club was another stakeholder as well.
Yes, we met with them about a month ago on site, just showing them the plans we've got here and what the road would look at, the alignment of it with the Squash Club and both the Scouts as well. So they're both informed, and they at the meetings they were happy with what we showed them. So they were looking forward to the project going ahead, I think. So.
Well, that's good to hear, because I think previously they had submitted against the bridge, I think I seem to recall. Are there any other stakeholders involved in those discussions, or just the two on this side?
Yeah, on that side was the Squash Club and the Scouts. So they did previously have concerns about access, but I think with the design as it is now, they were happy with the result of it because it wasn't affecting their access as much as the original design did.
That's good, thank you.
Councillor Rawlinson.
Thank you. I just had a couple of questions, and one was around the cycling in particular, that a lot of comments in the reports I took them as not that encouraging for the safety of cyclists. I know there's still a lot of work to be done in the planning, but the roundabouts in particular, the South Street, Wilkins and that roundabout at the Graham's Road end, all had comments about more work to be done around getting cyclists safely through those roundabouts. And I was really concerned on one of the reports where it stated, excuse me, that they would consider the cyclist was safer on the carriageway with a truck following it rather than on a cycleway. And I just wanted to know extra work on that would be done within the existing budgets, or do you think there'll be a bit more cost required to get some of that tidied up in the longer picture?
Yeah, if I may, my view on that is catering for cyclists at roundabouts can be problematic, but it depends on the cyclists, their skill level, their age and things like that. So you need to cater for them to be able to actually be in the traffic lane, and some will be very confident going at the same speed of traffic through the roundabout within the traffic lane. Others will want to go off on a path that's separated from that as well. So both will be catered for, and that will be covered by the design. And as it is, it's not going to be additional to it, but that will need to be followed up to make sure that connectivity there, and it's anything that's provided, and I'll use the South Street roundabout as an example, it needs to be easy for people to use to go off at not sharp corners and things like that. So I don't know if Nigel's wanted to add any more on that, but that will be part of the design, and it needs to cater for both cyclists at different levels and ages, using the lane and using off-road as well. You need to have both of those in place.
Thank you. My other question was in some of the documentation that we've read, and I think it was the 59-page peer review last week, where it mentioned, I think it was South Street, mentions an access for getting heavy trucks in one particular direction, was suggesting that they could do U-turns to get themselves going. I think it was northbound again. And I thought, you know what happens to the tar seal in the summer if big truck and trailer units do U-turns? And it was just something that we need to be mindful of. That'll do me for now, thank you.
Yeah, in terms of the seal, that'll be asphalt and probably deep asphalt as well, so it won't be a chip seal through those roundabouts. It'll be a high wear, high strength pavement that'll be constructed there, because it has to be for the heavy vehicles and the turning stresses involved. So.
Right, thank you, but we still know what heavy trucks do to roads, no matter what surface they have. If they turn on a 32-degree day, we know what they do to the seal. Thanks.
Councillor Falloon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First question is how much has this detailed business case cost us?
Well, over the last 2 years, it's been 110,000 in 2021 and 940,000 to date in the 21-22 year. So, yeah.
Now, is that before or after NZTA's contribution?
That's the total cost. NZTA funded 51% of that.
51%. Now,
there's also a contribution from the Provincial Growth Fund.
That's
to that
my
as well.
next question.
Sorry, I apologize.
So near $90,000, I think, from Provincial Growth Fund.
So does that go against council's contribution or contribution to the whole project?
Council's contribution, I understand.
Yes, we received that money as a way of helping pay for the initial business case.
Okay. My next question comes down to, when I look at the road width of 3.7 metres, how much consultation has been done with some of our larger contractors and roading companies about whether this roadway is going to be wide enough to get their vehicles down, particularly at roundabouts and that sort of thing?
Well, the design is based on what is required for the roading networks generally. It's not something that is specific or different for here, so heavy vehicles. We have had workshops with other parties. Heavy vehicles, I don't think specifically attended or took part, but the design, and I may get Nigel just may want to add to it, but it is designed for heavy vehicles. It's not something that is trying to restrict what vehicles can do. So. But I'll get
Nigel from Stantec.
This one?
Yep.
So at the initial cross-section workshop, we had heavy haulage were there. They attended when we discussed the original 5 or 6 options we looked at. And during that, there were discussions around the compromises between the standard traffic lane width versus adding the flush median in, because of the change that this road will have over the 50 to 100 years that it's in place, where it will go from being a rural road to being an urban road. And the need for, when it's put in place first, as a rural road with no side friction, so no built up environment, it's just in a wide open corridor, for the need to slow vehicles down by using visual means. And that's where the slightly narrower lanes come in, with a slightly wider flush median, so that it feels like it's a narrower road, but the actual road width meets current standards. The actual physical road is just paint that's doing that to enable us to keep vehicles going slower through there. We've tracked the full corridor, all of the movements on the roundabouts and the side roads using modelling software for heavy vehicles, and there's no areas where the current design would need to be made wider. They can travel through this corridor without going over curbs. They'll go over the central island in the roundabouts, which is designed for it. So I probably have to go back a step. When we model that, we take the width of a standard heavy vehicle, which is the 18 metre long semi-trailer, which has the biggest swept path. Then we add an extra ½ metre either side for clearance, and it's that truck plus the extra ½ metre either side that we use to decide where curbs and central islands go, so that those vehicles will fit through there. With the oversize for, say, the combine harvesters and that type of thing, there will be some over-tracking and areas of that are designated as that are designed in a reinforced way to accommodate that. So the consultation with heavy vehicles has been actually quite minor because this follows standard practice, and they seem to be comfortable with it. But generally their movements are from Graham's all the way through to South Street in a straight line without much turning, which is a lot easier because they're not doing the major movements of turning hard 90 degrees one way or the other or turning back on themselves.
Thank you. My last question relates to when I look at the widths, 56.75% of the total bridge width is being set up for pedestrians and cyclists only. I mean, it might be very politically correct to talk about increasing cycleways and walkways and that sort of thing, but they have 57% of the bridge set up for pedestrians and cyclists. To me, seems to be a wee bit over the top.
Did you want to go first?
Yeah, if you're not including that, though, the project wouldn't be seen as in as good a light if you're not catering for, as an urban connection between Ashburton and Tynwald, to not have that connection there. Understand what you're saying, but cyclists have a choice of, they can be in a cycle lane right next to the traffic, or they can be in the traffic lane with the traffic, or they can be on a shared path out the side. So you do have to cater for those. Vehicles have to go in the traffic lane, they've got any choice. So that's why it sort of seems like a disproportionate quantity in there. But I don't think we can build a bridge now that doesn't have that facility on it. Looking at the existing State Highway 1 bridge, which they've had to add to, and 90 years later, it's not really fit for purpose to get that connectivity between Ashburton and Tynwald, which is what this project is about. So it's not just vehicles, it is pedestrians and cyclists as well. So you do have to have all those there.
Equally, for the connectivity between Ashburton and Tynwald, it's seen as being, if you don't have that facility, then people can't use it at all because it's not there, it doesn't exist. So you're not encouraging that use. Now, when we look at the government's policy statement on land transport, we have to cater for alternative users, such as cyclists, pedestrians, wheelchairs, all of these vulnerable users that are not, motorcyclists as well, are also another vulnerable user who will use the traffic lane, as well as allowing for the vehicle movements. While it looks like it's a massive amount, there's a slight difference between the DBC design and the final design that gets put in place. We are slightly conservative on some of the widths here to increase the bridge. So there is still some scope within the detailed design before it is out for construction to reduce some of these things. What this has done is it means that our cost estimate is based on slightly conservative quantities, which means that in theory, our funding request is slightly higher than what we think we need so that we don't get shortchanged halfway through a project and have to find additional funding. So there's a slightly different slant for this versus when you go to the detailed design, you're minimising it down so that you get it built and then you optimise everything. So right now we've got a cycle lane that's an extra 200 mils wider than we need to do on the bridge, but that's more around adding the extra 400 mils width to that bridge to get a bit extra cost in there for our funding application. So you've got a bit of room to move when you go to build it. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also recall that as the detailed business case was being developed, there was a clear instruction from council to future-proof the bridge for walking and cycling. So I think we could acknowledge that the design reflects the way in which council had asked for the detailed business case to be prepared.
Just before I go to Stuart, because I see he's got a list, I've just got a couple of questions myself. The first one's on the business case, and it's under the 62% far rate. And in the business case, it says ADC are seeking a 62% funding assistance rate from Okakatahi. I don't think that's quite correct. We're not seeking, we want, that's what Stantec, the consultants, think we should be getting. I don't think council are seeking it. Council would be seeking 85, 90% or up to 80% far rate. So I'd like that changed to the 62% can stay, but it's the consultant's view that's what the far rate should be. because where we are going for more than that, where that's saying that's what we want more than that. And then down below it says ADC will be seeking contribution from the Ministry of Transport to address the gap. It may not be the Ministry of Transport, or it may be. It might be the Crown. So it just, it's pointing us to somewhere where we may be led to, but we may want, just keep the options open. Two things I've just noticed in the report, which just want to, in the consultant's view is fine. It also talked in there about the percentage for resilience, which was 4% contribution for resilience. My personal view, I don't know how you got to that 4%, but me thinking about it, resilience is connecting the South Island together. 4% of the project cost for keeping the South Island connected seems very low. So there might be a question on that. Why is it only 4%? And I don't know if you can answer it now or not. Perhaps you could. But if you haven't got the answer, that's okay at this stage.
Hi, yeah, so the economic assessment took into account traditional resilience benefits. So if the bridge closes, you have to travel 80 minutes longer to get around. So the standard economic assessment, that does take into account resilience. I think the percentage is in there, but I think maybe it's around the 17% or something like that.
7%. The crash rate was 7%, sorry. Yeah. Crash rate was 7%, safety, and 4% for resilience. If I'm reading it right.
No, in the economic evaluation itself.
Yep.
So there will be a breakdown of, I think, 70% or so for travel time benefit, maybe 20% for resilience, and then there's just a couple of percent for safety, and the rest is walking and cycling. So those are traditional resilience benefits, and they're already captured as part of the economics. That 4% is kind of over and above that, which speaks to that wider, we couldn't get supplies to the supermarkets in Dunedin, and that wider benefit to New Zealand Inc., as it were. So that's why it's kind of this additional piece of work. And that 4% aligns with the Waka Kotahi tool that we had another sub-consultant undertake on our behalf independently.
Yeah, good. Thanks for that, Stuart.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. First of all, it's in the wrong place. I must say that for a start. I've been maintained it is, but the majority of councillors decided to put it where it is, so that's where it is. It's called the Ashburton Timwell Connectivity Bridge. It's actually a bridge to take the pressure off State Highway, if we're truthful. Also, I'd like to support Councillor Cameron. Why was the South Street North not included in the initial costing? It's going to cost the ratepayers a substantial amount. We put a lot of money out of our roading budget into the CBD with the promise that now we'll be able to spend more money in rural areas. Are we going to take rural money in the future to upgrade? The intersections all the way north have got to be upgraded. Silent Seal is going to be a lot of money spent. Why was that not put into the original estimates for the cost of the bridge?
Yeah, it wasn't part of the scope for the project. As I see it, the intention isn't to take money off any other part. If the upgrade of Chalmers Ave from South Street right through to Walnut Ave, Albert Street, will be a project additional to what we're doing anyway. So we have to get additional funding for that to justify it. It's not, that road is already there, so it's an improvement to an existing road. It's not a new bridge and a new road, which this project is. It's actually upgrading what we've already got. So that's why it's been kept separate, as I understand it, and it wasn't included in the scope for the detailed business case and this particular project. Accepting that we're wanting to upgrade that section of Chalmers Ave, it just has to be funded separately from this particular project.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Also, the Mayor was saying about the amount that the District Council put in. To me, it would be better to have a fixed amount. What happens if south between the river and Graham's Road, Stantec hasn't correctly estimated the cost that it's going to cost through there? It's very wet, soft ground. Will it be a danger to ratepayers that there could be an overrun if things don't go according to plan?
I think that there's always that danger in any project. The estimates in the design, as I understand it, with Stantec, and maybe I'll be correct, is that they've taken that into account, and so it's been a reasonably conservative design and estimate for that very reason. The last thing we want to do is say the bridge is going to be $80 million and cost $120 million. We're going for $113 million, and with the hope that it'll actually be less than that, but we just don't know. So it has been a fairly conservative estimate and design to allow for that at this stage.
Mr. Mayor, there's a couple of scenarios in the plan. One is to have 3 roundabouts with no roundabout on Johnson Street and Wilkins Road. Are we going to go with the plan to have roundabouts on every intersection south of the river to Graham's Road?
No, that was initially and it was actually council staff's preferences around it from a safety point of view at intersections, but it's been reviewed in terms of the traffic. So it's a roundabout at Wilkins and a roundabout at Graham's, but it's just a priority crossroad at Johnston and at Carter's Terrace is what where we are now. Obviously, the detailed design may actually change that in terms of how the project proceeds, but that's the intention to have the 3 roundabouts. So South Street, Wilkins and Graham's Road, that's where the 3 roundabouts are, with the other 2 intersections being priority crossroads. So.
Did it not say in the future, you're talking 100 years or whatever, the cost of putting roundabouts in when there are crossroads there, would it not be more economic to put roundabouts in at the same stage when you're rebuilding the whole road?
Yes, it could be. That was discussed as well. We'll do it now, but it can be done in the future. And the intersection, in terms of land available, will allow those roundabouts to go in there. It was as much to do with, because it's a through route from Graham's right through to South Street, slowing down traffic at each of those roundabouts, having that many roundabouts there was slowing them down. So that was part of the analysis in terms of time travel and that sort of thing, and losing savings. Roundabouts almost end up being a disbenefit, but they are safer intersections to actually for traffic to get round.
And I've got a question to Stantec. Page 96 of your report, where did the valuations for the properties not purchased come from?
So the values for the properties that are still being negotiated are estimated based on the rates database, council's rates database with the valuation, plus an add-on for a percentage, but they are not the final cost. That is still being negotiated by council. So they're just an estimate in there based on the fact that using the same dollars for purchase and the same dollars for disposal, we get a relative cost of what it would cost the project, which should be roughly the same as what it would in the future.
Councillor Cameron?
There is I have some questions around the traffic usage of the current bridge. I think peak flows are about 1,200 vehicles per day. And on a Friday that might, beg your pardon, 2,400, 1,200.
24,000.
24,000, 1,200 per peak. And I think on Fridays they go up by about 10%. Do we know, and it's probably in there, I can't see the bank holiday, the long bank holiday weekends and things. What's the impact on that? I couldn't see a document, but I presume they wouldn't have done a detailed business case without looking at those figures. Okay, we haven't done that, righto. I would think that would be a gap. When I look at, have we finished?
Hamish, we've got a question, answer for the question.
It's through Mr. Mayor. I recall an earlier discussion about that matter, and I'm pretty sure Neil or Mark or someone at the back that the answer rested around the accepted method of calculating vehicle movements was not to go to the one day when it was at its absolute peak, because no infrastructure can be designed for that one day a year, and that the volume of traffic on a Thursday at whatever it was the recognised method of calculating and utilising vehicle movements for the purposes of designing infrastructure. So that advice had previously been, I know, given to council in response to that same question, that the way it's designed in terms of industry standards is to aim it at particular vehicle movements at a moment in time, not the peak bank holiday day when it's always going to be more than that.
because that's where Ashburton has a lot of traffic feedback, is the long weekends, and they've gone down to see Dire Straits and people are waiting 40 minutes to get through the town. And that happens more than once a year, I would suggest. The other thing,
but that's the answer. That's not how you design
no, but I think it needs to be considered. When I look at the new bridge, the initial flow rates over it seem remarkably low. Presumably we're designing it for future, like it's not going to take 50% load off this, which is probably good, off the State Highway 1 bridge. They're seeing quite low volumes. So when I look at the risk mitigation strategies like opportunities to reduce, e.g. carbon emissions, it doesn't have to be so big, and there's a high implication for walking and cycling level of service. And I think it was 24 people initially walking or cycling over it per day, is that correct? And most of the kids will still possibly, which the Waka Kotahi team are going to be active for us and get clip-ons, are still going to come over State Highway 1, because a lot of people, there's a lot of development obviously west of Malcolm Street. It's not all Lake Hood, a lot of it's west. Are those children and young adults and people using alternative methods of transportation going to go all the way down to this road down there and cross over at Chalmers Ave, then come all the way back up again?
They'll have that option, at least. And going on cycle and pedestrian facilities that are much better than what's going to be on the State Highway 1 bridge as a clip-on.
That's right. Yeah. But of course they will have that option, but of course we have to be able to cross Archibald Street, which currently you take your life into your hands, because there's 24,000 vehicle movements a day. So all those things have to be considered in the plan. You can't just put a bridge up and say, go for it. There's huge disconnects in our thinking here. The other thing was, when I looked down for readiness and assurance, table 24.1, there's red things, high risk. Funding commitment, well, that's a massive risk. And the other one I thought was interesting was lack of suppliers or tenderers for the project. And that makes me wonder about or have concerns, which I think will be shared around the table, with regards to the estimate and the reliability of the estimate. I know it's current as it is today, but these things are happening. And if it's going to be, and it's going to be at least, I mean, I'm sure it's years away before it's built, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. I think it's in for 25, 26, isn't it, Neil? Is that right?
A couple of years.
Yeah. So,
unless it's brought forward.
How big? Yeah, that would be lovely. How can we rely on that dollar figure that's written in the plan, in the detailed business case?
Well, we're 95% confident of the 113 million, based on construction costs for building bridges. So we haven't got much else to go on, and it all depends on when you go to the market, what the contractors put in as a tender price.
That's right. So once again, it goes back to Waka Kotahi to come back with giving us some certainty around the crossing of Archibald Street, around the clip-ons for our kids crossing the river, and all the other questions that we have. Otherwise, this will not be successful if all these other things aren't addressed at the same time. And I have one more comment to make. The next steps is massive. 26.2.2. There's a lot to be done under the next steps category. Thank you. Thanks.
Councillor Falloon, then we'll look for a move of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I note in one part that as far as the connecting road is concerned, there is hope that you will bring some developer on board who will maybe put their money into it. What is the percentage chance of that happening, and is it likely to be significant?
Well, the answer is probably we really don't know, but having the new road there and that connectivity, you would think would help the development of that side of Tynwald, having that connectivity there, but the answer is we don't know. And it all depends on how the whole project gets funded. If it's all the way from South Street to to Graham's Road, then that'll be funded as part of this project, so it won't be developer reliance at all. But I'm sure some landowners there will will be able to develop and get access and use that as a reason why they want to develop that part of Tynwald.
Question, Roger?
I was going to move the recommendation.
Okay, well, just before you do, I'll just ask your councillors, do you want to take the recommendations as 4 parts or all as one?
I was going to say 4.
4 parts, okay. Roger, first part.
Yeah, I'd actually like to move the whole lot. Well, before I go there, Mr. Mayor, I've sat and listened to all the discussion here today, and honestly, I don't think there was a question asked today that hadn't been asked before over the past 6-12 months and has been answered. So we cannot be 100% certain about anything in the future. It's just the way life is. We need this bridge. It's important that we have it for our infrastructure of our town. So unless you instruct me otherwise, I'm going to move the recommendations 1 to 4.
I'll just get guidance from the councillors. Would they like the whole 4 motions put as one, or would they like them as 1, 2, 3 and 4? Roger, just go off.
Oh, sorry.
Lane?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been listening here quietly, living on the other side of town, and on the moment I feel like the poor cousin. We just keep on going back to the same thing again and again, like Roger said.
Did you want the motions moved in one altogether? It was one.
I'm quite happy to second Roger's motion.
Oh, that's what I was going to do.
Councillor Lovett, one, or was...
I was going to be happy to have seconded the whole lot.
Right, councillors are happy to have them all as one? You are, right. Roger, you're moving the whole lot all as one? Yes. Thank you. A seconder for that. Lane. Now open for debate. Councillor Cameron.
I'd like to move can I amend it?
Can do.
I'd like to move it as 4 parts, primarily because of part 3.
Okay, we got a seconder for that amendment. Go off.
Oh, beg your pardon.
Yep, I'll second that.
Seconded. The amendment there that they be taken as 4 parts. Any speakers for or against that? I'll put the motion that it be taken in 4 parts. I'll put the amendment that it be taken as 4 parts. All those in favour, please say aye. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lost. The original motion stands, they go as 4. Oh, who voted? I never caught the votes on, I never got the votes online. Should we put that vote again? And we'll see online which way they vote.
Best to ask Lane to take his hand down because it's a bit confusing.
Right, we'll put that vote again, that we take it in 4 parts. All those in favour, please say aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Against? 1, 2, 3, 4. So that means it is taken as, was it 4 parts? 4 parts. Passed as 4 parts. Right. Liz didn't vote. Who did? Which way did you vote?
4.
Right. You're confusing me now.
Mr. So I'm just noting that if it was 5-4, that is 1 abstention.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, I call it division.
Okay, do the division. How do you propose?
So division, you ask the names and we vote.
Right. Councillor...
I understand it, Mr. Mayor, that's how I understand it.
Yep,
so
we'll do that right now. Councillor Millen, which way you vote?
4 parts.
4 parts. Councillor Kimmon. Councillor Latham.
Altogether.
4 parts. 1 part. Councillor Mackay.
4 parts.
4 parts. Councillor Falloon.
4 parts.
Councillor Lovett. 1 part or 4 parts? 1 part. Thank you.
4 parts.
4 parts. Online.
4 for me.
1 for me. Get the thing done.
What'd you say, Lane?
Just do it in 1. Get it over with.
The result is?
It's now, Smith, there are 6 in favour of taking it in separate parts without you having voted, so, well, you having needed to vote. So It needs to be taken separately.
Separately. It's passed, we take them 1, 2, 3 and 4. It's can I have a mover for number 1?
I will.
Okay. Lane and Caroline?
Oh, I had my
What's your
Point of order, Mr Mayor. My understanding is that, if I may, point of order. My understanding is that you've got a mover and a seconder for everything. It's just that council has decided to vote in parts on it.
The amendment was to take it in parts.
Yes, that's right.
So the amendment has
But the
been
mover and
passed.
seconder still stay, don't they?
The amendment now becomes a substantive motion.
That's right.
And then we're now voting on that in 4 parts.
That's right.
And I have a mover and a seconder for part 1. Moved Councillor Brown, seconded Councillor Cameron, and that is that the council receives the detailed business case and proceeds with the project from South Street to Graham's Road. Any debate or discussion? I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Carried. Number 2. Move in a seconder that the council presents the detailed business case to Waka Kotahi to seek project approval and agreement on the funding assistance rate. Who'd like to move? Councillor Lovett?
I'll move.
Seconder, Councillor Cameron. Open for debate. Councillor Cameron.
I think in here we've got the far rate 51% plus additional for connectivity and additional for safety and things to take it up to 62. We really want to ask for 80 or 80 more. How do we get that sorted? How do we approach that? Because there's a massive gap of 36 million between what we have agreed to pay as a council and between what we're going to request to for funding.
There'll be a discussion with Waka Kotahi on the...
So our officers or our chief executive will go in and say, this is what we anticipate. Or we look for other sources
The
of
report,
funding?
that's coming.
Okay, sure.
Hamish?
The next, if council adopts this detailed business case, the next case is for us to submit it to Waka Kotahi. And Waka Kotahi will have their own calculation system as to what appropriate subsidy rate they believe is appropriate. I would imagine it will be very similar to the recommendation in the report from Stantec, because they will be using exactly the same formula. Once Waka Kotahi suggests that that is the far rate, we have a discussion with them about how acceptable or not that is. And regardless of the outcome of that discussion, there is still going to be a funding shortfall, which then requires further discussion, debate, advocacy with parties that are not Waka Kotahi. So I think the process will be reasonably clear, and Waka Kotahi will calculate what they believe is a fair far rate, as opposed to agreeing with us just because we make a case because we want it higher. You know, I mean, we'd like 51% to be higher for our general maintenance, but it isn't, because that's what the calculation says it should be. So they'll respond to the report, and then we will engage with them.
No further speakers for or against. Councillor Lovett, do you want the right of reply? No. I'll put the motion on in favour. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Number 3, the council confirms its contribution to the bridge of $7.5 million as per the long-term plan 2021 to 31, and that council considers increasing its contribution through the next budget process. Lane, moving. Seconder.
Diane's got a hand up.
Diane had a hand up. Diane, you seconding?
Happy to second it, but I would like to suggest that our contribution of 7.5 million perhaps is not enough to make it look like we really mean business through to Waka Kotahi.
Well, you don't want to second the motion then, because you'll be... Do you sure you want to second the motion? Because you might be speaking against it.
No, well, I didn't actually have my hand up to second it. I'm sorry,
Okay,
I was wanting to.
We'll look for a
bring up
second
what
of the motion. Roger. Now open for debate. Diane? Oh, Hamish.
Yes, so
So
Going back-
just wanted to give council a perspective in terms of process as you have that debate. Council's long-term plan includes a figure of 7.5 million. So if you felt that 7.5 million was no longer an appropriate number, you need to make a change to your long-term plan through whatever process that requires, which I'm sure Tony can advise on, but it would require a variation to the long-term plan, no doubt. That will involve public consultation. It's not just a matter of now saying 7.5 is an inappropriate number. It's the number we have in our own long-term planning document, which has gone through a consultative process. So it's fine to think that number might need changing, but if you actually want to change it to something, there is quite some process to follow. That's why the 7.5 is in the recommendation, because that is actually what's in our planning documents.
And that 7.5 came from a 20% ratio with the previous budget.
Correct.
Yep. Diane?
Yeah, I understand all that, but just from previous conversations, thought that the 7.5 million was inadequate on our behalf to make this case look like we really mean business. And I just wanted to start a discussion around that.
We can do that through our next budget process if this is passed, because it's the resolution is asking to do that.
Okay.
Lane?
Yeah, basically that was my point as well. In number 3, the second line tells us that we can increase it to the next budget if needed.
Yep, thank you. Angus?
Mr. Mayor, I totally agree with the Chief Executive. Procedural wise, we are stuck at 7.5 mil. And if there was any alteration, only because the case, in my opinion, has become more and more compelling, that I think 5 million might be more. So I will be interested as a person standing to one side what the then council graciously comes up with to help the government out. But the case for this bridge has become more and more compelling as a part of the State Highway 1 connections, in my opinion.
Thank you. Stuart?
Why are we going soft? I can't believe that a council would say, we've always decided at 7.5 million. Now we're saying we're going to be goody-goody and give them a few more million. That Wakatahi guy we're talking to the other day, he was cunning because he said, unless you if you really mean business, you've got to up your thing, up your contribution. We should play hardball the same thing. They want another bridge to subsidise State Highway 1. Of course they do. So I'm totally against this. We stick to 7.5. If the next council want to put it up, be it on their head.
And that's exactly what the motion is saying. Councillor Falloon.
And that's why I agree with the motion that we've currently got there. The new council, when they discuss the new LTP, are then going to have to either come up with a fixed sum or a percentage. And if you took the same percentage that we've done on the original budget, our contribution will be $22.6 million. Now, there's no way, I don't think the ratepayers of this town would support such a large amount. So to me, the recommendation that we've got there at the moment is the correct admission, so we just support it.
Councillor Cameron?
I totally agree with Angus's point. The detailed business case shows the crucial position of this new bridge with regards to the connectivity of the whole of the South Island. And given the, what did you refer to it as, Neil, the words for it was greater than 1, you know, the cost-benefit ratio was greater than 1. Yep. It's quite powerful, and we've seen how busy this bridge is compared to the Rakaia, compared to all the bridges in the South Island. So Wakakotahi, in my opinion, if they respect the safety of our community and they respect the connectivity of the island and the economic prosperity of this country, need to fork out for the jolly second bridge. So personally, I think we stick to the long-term plan at 7, and to your point, Angus, we stick to the long-term plan at 7.5 million, and let us see what Wakakotahi are going to come to the party with. You know, I think that it's compelling, the detailed business case in terms of how crucial this bridge is.
Thank you. Diane? Put your hand down then. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? 1, 2, passed. Okay. Item number 4, recommendation number 4, that once Waka Kotahi confirms their contribution to the project, Council engages senior government politicians and officials to seek funding solutions to meet the likely shortfall. Mover for that.
I'll move.
McMillan.
I'll second.
Seconded, John Falloon. Debate, Caroline.
How long are we going to wait for this recommendation? What's the ETA on this recommendation? It'd be good to have it sorted out in this term of council, wouldn't it?
Councillor Cameron, my suggestion will be you've got very little chance of achieving that. We firstly need to wait for Waka Kotahi to respond.
Yeah.
Once they have responded, we'll understand the funding shortfall, and then we'll commence discussions with the government. I do not imagine that we will have that resolved by October.
Oh, I was saying it.
Neil?
We believe the board for Waka Kotahi would be considering this in November.
Right.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Mackay.
Well, if that's the case, Mr. Mayor, that is actually brilliant news, because the present Minister of Finance will most likely be still in place, and I've heard his words on many occasions, and they're all good for Ashburton.
Correct. And coming up in September next year, there's probably another good business case there to get monies from either side. I'll do further debate. I'll put the motion. I'm in favour. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Good. Well done. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Stantec, for coming in. Next item on our project is expenditure of the additional 1.7 million roading. And that is on page, whatever it's on, 26. Neil and Mark, speak anything further to add?
Yep, only that this is funding that's been approved by council. So the sites that have been chosen are based on the roading engineer's knowledge of the network, the condition, the ones we have most issues with, and that's all the next ones, the top priority that we have. Acknowledging that we have got a lot other road sections that we could actually include in this, but these are the ones after discussion that, based on the traffic, the condition, the complaints we get, are the ones that we would like to do first using this additional funding, which is very much appreciated. So, so we have got 37 kilometres of rehabs included in 3 years, and another 23 kilometres in the 3 years after that as well. So it's a wee bit of a catch up, and it's been really good. We've still got a lot more work to do, but just as a reason why these roads are chosen is based on the engineer's assessment of the network.
So in your report, you talk about the 72 kilometres that could do with it, but we haven't not got the funds to do 72 kilometres. So this is the worst of the 72.
Just bear in mind, this is on top of the funding that we have got approved for Waka Kotahi that we are getting a subsidy for. Contracts already let for that. They're looking at starting next month. This is the spending the money that is additional that has been supplied to go on top of that. And so these are the roads we're doing with this additional funding.
Yep. Angus?
I'd be willing to second Councillor Wilson's motion.
Well, we haven't quite got there yet, but questions? Caroline?
No, I'm on. Thank you, through the chair. Just wondering, how far down the list is Methven-Chertsey Road on repairs, since I've just had so much damage with Dry Creek recently?
Mark?
In terms of the rehab budget, I'm not sure it's, where it's sitting. I think it's a wee way down the road, to use a pun, but Dry Creek is problematic in terms of dealing with their network every time it's come up recently. So.
Okay,
but I have got a list of all the rehab sites, so I can supply that to councillors if you want to see the whole list that's there and the years we've got prioritised for them.
That'd be good.
That would be good. And just another question, I've noticed in some areas where obviously you're waiting for work to be done, there's 30k signs or uneven road signs coming up. Will you be using those more frequently in the areas that you just can't get to right now within that 72 k's?
As a last resort, yes, but ideally we are able to do the repairs. The rehabs are the best solution to fixing our roads that have got problems at the end of their life, that they provide a great long-term solution. You don't have to do much with. The ones we'll have to patch. But if we can't get to them, particularly at this time of year, you can't do the repairs you need to do. We have the temporary speed limits in place, and there's aren't too many sites, but Arundel Gorge Road is one that we've got a bit on. So,
yep. What was the question? The 72 kilometres. No, I'll come back to my question after Councillor Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We rehabilitate about 8k of road annually, is that right? And we've got an extra 1.7 million from the Forestry Reserve, which gives us an extra 4k, yep. The way you allocated it was based on your assessment of the severity of the road. So, like, we all have our roads. So Liz has mentioned a road, and I have a lot of comment on Beach Road. And I understand Beach Road isn't due to be looked at until 24, 25, from what I gather.
There's one section in 23, 24, and then another section in 24,
So
25.
do you so say there, hopefully not, another flooding event, do you go out and look at the roads again, or once they're on this list, are they on that list?
No, it changes depending on how the network changes. So if it needs to be brought forward, we'll certainly bring it forward.
And how do you determine that? There's some engineering sort of skill, you go and measure the potholes, or you measure the ups and downs of the road, or how do you determine the priorities?
Well, yeah, in terms of justifying rehabilitation, you do the net present value. So that's looking at the maintenance that you've done in the past, but also what you have to do for the next 25 years. So
I know what that means, yeah.
So if it's costs less to do repairs and reseals over 25 years, as opposed to spending a lot more money now doing a rehab, that's what you do. And if the cost of doing the rehab is less than doing the repairs, then you should be doing that now. So that's how they're justified. But it's mainly the quantity of failures that are in that section of road that you're looking at, and what it's costing us to patch it and maintain it now, as opposed to doing the rehab and doing it. So at Beach Road East, I agree, it needs some work. It is not as bad, in our opinion, as the other roads that were proposed and put forward, excepting that it does need work along with the other 70 kilometres that we've identified as well. That has to be done at some stage.
That's right. And what we have seen the resident survey today, and we have scored very badly on the roading, because I don't think people appreciate the scope of the amount of road that needs repair or resealing or resurfacing. And if it's reviewed periodically, I think we need to communicate that with our community as to how they can get it higher up the thing, or what's been repaired. And a list that you alluded to, Neil, earlier would be very, very helpful.
A point of order, Mr Mayor, if I may.
Yes, you may. What is the point of order? Stuart, just go off. Stuart, just go off. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, a point of order. We have been told numerous times by the officer how their assessments are made and how often they look at them. We're not here to discuss that today. We've got a recommendation of spending $1.7 million. Let's get on with the subject. I ask councillors to stick to the subject. We've got a huge agenda. Let's stop wandering off.
There is good clarification from the councillors' questioning as to how they get to identifying the roads that are being addressed. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Point of order over. My question is, the 72 kilometres you have identified, and you said you can make a list. Oh, you can make a list of the roads that will be rehabilitated. Is the 72 kilometres on that list? 72 kilometres of road to be rehabilitated on your list?
Yeah, that's the length that's there. I'd say I can give you for what we've got, the forward planning for the next 3 years and the 3 years after that, and and the total list of sites that we've got on there. So I can supply that to you.
Okay, so we're doing 8 kilometres a year at the moment?
With the funding we've got, yes.
With the funding we've got. So it's going to take 9 years to get the roads up to scratch. And the reason we're not doing 72 kilometres this year is we do not have the money.
Money, or probably resources to do that much in 1 year. So it's always a case, by the time we get that 70 kilometres done, there will no doubt be other sections that will need the work as well. It's just an ongoing thing on an ageing network that's getting used by traffic, which, yeah.
Yeah. Councillor Wilson, questions?
Yes, I've got a question. The Lismore Mayfield Road was on the list. What's happened to it?
It's on a list. That's just not for this year. I think that's on the list for next year. So yeah, but based on the most recent assessment of the roads we wanted to do. So yeah, accepting that needs work as well.
But I thought it was in the 22-23 year.
Yeah,
it was.
It was, and so we've just reviewed the order of the works it's doing. So they have changed a bit based on what the other roads are needed as well. So, yeah, that's the only explanation I've got. So,
I think the Barford Road in that area would require it, but before that Mayfield Lismore Road, having driven the Barford Road last week.
Yeah. That's not to say Lismore Mayfield Road sections of road don't need the rehab. It's just been assessed that others just need a bit more at the moment, but it is still there though.
So am I correct that some of these roads here are slightly different to what roads we looked at last time?
Yeah, as Councillor Cameron mentioned, it does change. These are ones that we've identified and confirmed that we want to do this year. But if another road comes up, for next year that gets done ahead of Beach Road East, for example, then that wouldn't be a very popular decision. But that's what can happen as well. So yeah, we've got a choice of 70 kilometres to do, and they all warrant doing at the moment. We're just choosing these ones. So.
Right, first questions, councillors. Was the motion the recommendation? Someone like to move? Councillor Lovett.
I'll move.
Councillor Latham. If debate. Councillor Wilson.
I'm against, because the Lismore Mayfield Road was on the original one to be done in 22-23, and it suddenly dropped off. Well, the Mayor himself travelled down that road a month or two ago and said how terrible it was, so I don't know why it suddenly dropped off. I know why. We had to do that.
Put your light on. Good.
We had to do that blasted Arundel Rakaya Gorge Road, which is the bane of my life. The amount of money we put into that. I thought the ratepayers put in 1.7 unsubsidised, so that it was spread around the district, so everybody got a little piece of it. No, up into that damn scenic highway.
I'll put the motion. I'm in favour. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Councillor Wilson, recorded?
No.
Thank you. Passed. Thank you, gentlemen. Next item number 12, the transportation procurement strategy. Mark?
No, take it as read.
Nothing further to add. Councillors, questions?
I'll move.
No questions. Councillor Cameron, you have a question?
No, thank you.
Who seconded? Councillor Falone. In debate. Put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Item number 13, the Christchurch New Zealand Quarterly Report. I see there was one. Kath Lowe was on the screen. It's 2:15. I don't think they, Tracy and Bruce are on yet. I don't think. All right, she'll go over that to item number 14, and it is revoking of speed limit bylaw. Mark and Neil again. Mark.
Yeah, pretty much take it as read. It's just this is a process that all road controlling authorities need to go through. I've got a bylaw in place for speed limit, because that's how it used to be. The bylaw's there. The new legal instrument is the National Speed Limit Register. So that our data's been migrated in there. That is the one source of truth. So we don't need the bylaw or our own register. We need it as a record of what we've done in the past. And in the National Speed Limit Register, if you want to search and go on there and search on a section road, it will refer to our bylaw of when that speed limit was set. In the future, when changes are made, it will actually be referring to our speed management plans when they're adopted. But a speed limit bylaw just isn't needed anymore, and it's, because it's part of the transportation bylaw overall, it just needs to be removed from that or referenced in there until we review that bylaw next. So I think that's probably enough. Yeah.
Councillor Cameron, question?
Just a question through the chair. When we reviewed the speed limits recently, 18 months ago, and we put like 30k outside some areas and 70k down to Lakewood and all the rest of it, so that all those speed limits have been revoked? Do we have to go back to, or we can still keep those speed limits where they were?
All the speed limits as are unchanged. There's no change. They've all been migrated into the register. So
okay.
All the information we've got on our website, on our speed limit register, is now in the National Speed Limit Register. It all got migrated across.
So supplementary, please.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, just a quick further question. So the district, the community can decide what the speed limits are locally based on our own knowledge of our local traffic flows and roads and things.
Well, that process
That hasn't been taken away from
No, that process continues. It's still a decision of council to change speed limits based on, the first thing is a speed management plan for Ashburton District and preferably for the region to be consistent. For example, outside schools, there's going to be a report to council about the school speed limits. So that's coming next month, I think.
Okay.
So that's still a decision of council, but then the changes are made within the speed limit register, not with our own bylaws. So we recommend changes, and it's good process. Staff at council assigned as a creator and administrator. Between them, they put the new speed limit and the reviewed speed limit changes in. That gets sent to Waka Kotahi, who sign those off, and then they become the speed limit within the register at a date that we choose that they come into force. So it's the same process, it's just done in the national register rather than each local authority.
So you cannot envisage a situation where Waka Kotahi would not sign off our recommendations?
Unless we're doing something that's way outside of what has been in our speed management plan and what we want to do, which isn't really our intention.
So like Liz?
I just wanted to ask a question, if that was okay. Is this going to make it easier for to advocate for speed reduction on State Highway 77 out of Methven? Is it going to make any difference?
Well, the register itself isn't, but I know that Waka Kotahi are putting an interim speed management plan in place for the changes to the speed limits within the national speed limit register, because all speed limits are in there. And I know that the speed limit in Methven and Rakaia are included in that. But that once that's approved, then they can go ahead and do them. It just needs that plan that includes those changes in there. So it's the same as us. They need to do it exactly the same way. It doesn't make it easier, although longer term it's supposed to make it easier. Once your speed management plan is placed, you can actually make changes that align with that, and you can just do them and they'll get approved. You don't have to consult on every single speed limit change, but we need to make a decision as a council on what we want to change.
Thank you. I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Second. Councillor Cameron, debate.
So Diane's got her last one.
Oh, sorry, Diane.
I was happy to second it, but yes, I just wanted to reconfirm with Mark that this now gives this council the ability to bring forward the changes that we want outside those schools. And as you said, the one in Methven, Mark, it doesn't mean we have to wait till an annual round of Waka Kotahi. We can apply and hopefully get approval when we see fit.
Yes, that's the case. Once we've had our speed management plan approved and adopted, once that's in place, we can make changes. Yeah, and then there'll be another speed management plan every 3 years, including but the first one is the main focus is on schools and including that there and the fringes of townships. For example, Racecourse Road coming into Ashburton. The intention is to have those in there, those sorts of changes in the speed management plan. Once that's approved, we can just make those changes within the register. Yeah.
And could I ask, how long are those changes likely to take? Like, we don't want to hear that it's another year or another 2 years, particularly when those schools have been waiting so long.
There was a report come to council to consult on those speed limit changes at schools. So once that's done, that'll be our interim speed management plan. We'll submit that to Waka Kotahi if they adopt it. So I would think within 6 months that should all be done. But don't know these processes yet because it's actually a new process for everyone, but don't want it to take that long. And hopefully our speed limit changes for school, we've got funding for all the sign changes this financial year, that for the new term in the new year, it'd be great if we could have it all in place by then. So that's what we're aiming for. We'll just see how it leads out because we don't know how long the process will take this year. So.
Noting that we can only change the speed limits on our local roads. Yeah. And the road in Methven is not our road.
No, but Waka Kotahi are aware of the desired change and they've got it included in their plan to consult on. So I don't think anyone will say, no, that's a bad idea. They'll actually agree with it as part of the consultation.
That's their project.
Who's going to go against it? I'm not too sure. So.
Okay. We'll put the motion. All in favour, please aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Coming up to 2:15, we've got Bruce. Bruce, you're the only one.
Okay.
Kath's there too? Oh, yep. Okay, we'll go to Christchurch NZ quarterly report. Welcome, Bruce and Kath. We can see you and you can hear us okay?
Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Do you want to take us? Welcome. Do you want to take us through your report?
Thank you very much for having us again this afternoon. We assume that the report dated 17 August has been reviewed and read, so we'll take it as read and move on to some highlights. PR and media continue to be real success stories for us in the work that we are doing, and as discussed in previous meetings, new products really do draw a lot of interest, particularly from the likes of Air New Zealand and Tourism New Zealand, and that is the case again. In the recent Tourism New Zealand Do Something Autumn campaign, Upuki Pools was the second highest rated product of that entire campaign, with 9,823 direct referrals, which is spectacular. It has been embraced by our colleagues and friends and is really being shared widely. I can see that Tracy's joining us as well, which is great.
Welcome, Tracy.
I'll just carry on as well and say, and in the same fashion, so Tourism New Zealand are really championing alongside us Upuki Pools and the story around Methven. Additional to that, Air New Zealand's Kia Ora magazine has included a few other products in the most recent feature. They've got Some Like It Hot Story featuring Upuki Pools and Spa as part of a hot pool story, and they also have the Peak Winter Story featuring Mount Hutt, the surrounding Selwyn 6 ski fields, and Methven's adventure ballooning product. So that's really exciting. We have more interest coming in from the media most days, which Bruce is coordinating and managing along with FMIL opportunities. So that's exciting. We also had, as was reported to you on the 17th of August, another trade FMIL, which was a very good FMIL opportunity for us. And as we re-engage with the world, we are really getting a sense that working alongside trade is going to be imperative to lift and grow international visitation. Not taking the foot off the pedal when it comes to domestic, because we really recognise that domestic is the key market for us. So that is wholly and solely a focus. But the international market is going to come back, and it's coming back very, very fast. We have just been at the Tech conference in Nelson, Tourism Export Council conference. It was a spectacular conference for a number of reasons, not least of all, the equivalent of the Tourism Export Council were in attendance from Wales, Ireland, the UK and Australia. They are a few months ahead of us in terms of border openings and their season, and they were able to offer us insight of what is actually happening, and it was both insightful and moderately alarming. Ireland, I guess, is the best example that we will follow, and Ireland said that they are already at 93% of pre-COVID levels, so the demand is huge. The problem is that they don't have the staff and they have supply issues. Rental cars, they only have 50% of the rental car capacity that they had pre-pandemic. Hotels have got stock issues because they're also they're actually supporting the Ukrainian refugee situation, so they are low on hotel stock, and there is just a lot of demand. That is being felt in the UK. It's also being felt in Wales. Australia is a little bit further behind them. However, what we are being told is that New Zealand is being perceived as a more favourable destination than Australia, and we will get a real hit, and we're going to get it quite fast. The international trade agents that are basically taking these bookings have said that their forward bookings are extremely strong. And they're going from zero to hero quite quickly. The alarm bells are around resource, that there is just not enough resource. People are finding it very hard to fill key roles, and so that is, as a sector, that is a challenge for us all, and it is something that's being experienced around the world. It's not unique, of course, to us. It is a challenge that when the pandemic hit, a lot of low-waged people moved into different jobs and are now enjoying slightly higher earning and possibly, just a different way of life, and it's really hard to lure them back. So that for us is something that we are very, very aware of, because ultimately we don't want the visitor experience to be a poor one. We want people coming to our region to have a positive experience. So that's a summary from me.
Thanks very much. We'll go to questions now. Kath, Bruce or Tracy. I have one question on the destination marketing plan. It's in the early stages of construction. When is that likely to be completed?
So we have a completion we're May 2023, May, June 2023, it has to be completed by then. So we have got a fixed deadline. It has to be completed by the end of the financial year. And we have just come out of a meeting with the agency. Sorry.
You're good. No, I was just going to say that it is important that it is a destination management plan, and that's probably a key thing to call out. And it's actually something that from marketing is just one component of this, but these destination management plans are extensive, because I understand that feels quite some time away, but they are very detailed plans, and to give you some context, for example, Mackenzie was 3 years in the making, so they are quite complex things.
Just thinking, when did you start the plan? Because I'm thinking if we're going to go from 0 to hero, wouldn't we need that plan ready for the hero? And when did we start it?
So it's kicking off right now. So that's basically what's happening, and community surveys will be going out in the next week, right, and then workshops will be commencing. So there's a data gathering phase in the first piece.
Right. Is that funded from the government?
Yeah, the MP funding, yep.
Yeah. Was it 18 months ago, I think they put their funding out, was it? Or more?
The funding rounds were, but we got granted as in, I think, late October, Kath, was it? Yep.
It was October.
And then we obviously went through a proper RFP process and everything. There was a little bit of COVID at the start of the year, obviously, that made things a bit tricky. So, we had 11 different vendors that put in submissions, and we went through quite obviously an extensive process, including Manawhenua Airport, other players, to review that comprehensively, because it's a significant sum of money.
And it's a significant plan, which we need. Liz.
Thank you. Just a question, and I've read it in here, that you can't measure any of the online sales, and all of the Opuki hot pool sales are obviously online.
Let's just speak this way.
Sorry, and the majority of Mount Hutt would be online. So how would you measure that, or can you measure that in the future, I suppose, to give us a good idea of what's actually happening?
That's a really excellent question, and it's a question that is being asked really broadly across the sector for that very reason, which is that we are really not comparing apples with apples. Most hotel inventory is also booked through those channels and therefore is not easily measured. It is something that Statistics New Zealand are looking at, MB are looking at, and we collectively are looking at as well, but right at the moment we don't have one tool that is actually able to pull it all into one reporting metric. I guess what we can do is obviously, and we do this internally, is have conversations with the likes of the big operators to actually understand where they are trading, just so that we can anecdotally feel confident that things are good. But right at the moment the answer is we don't have one source of truth which pulls it all together.
Thank you. And just another question, if I can. In your KPIs, you've got Mid-Canterbury Cycleway, and then beside it, no funding is available from the previous trust. Might be a question for our staff. Is that the funding that ended up coming into council from the Braided Cycle Trust? Is that correct?
Steve?
So should it be a KPI?
Just through you, Mayor Neil, it was referring back to the old trust that was set up to produce that trail. These KPIs were put together before that decision was made for it to come across to council. So it'll be a KPI that will come out at the next review.
Thank you.
Just before I go to Lynette, just a question on the Ashburton Farmers Market. And there's been, you could just explain what the project is, and you're looking for some investment of resource from the ADC. What does that investment of resource look like, and what is the project?
So I'm sorry, I can't actually see if Simon Worthington is in council at the moment, but
He is in the room. Yeah.
he is in the room. Well, I'm not wanting to tag it over to you, Simon, but I wonder whether you want to talk to this point, because I know that we've been in discussions quite a lot about this project.
Thanks, Simon.
So the Ashburton Farmers Market, we've discussed it in broad terms in workshops and in the thinking around the economic development strategy. There's further work to do around the feasibility of that and ultimately the need for it before we can bring a paper to council, and that would be as part of the next LTP funding round if the feasibility points to it being a contender.
What is the actual project?
So the idea that's been put forward is as one of the revitalisation projects for the CBD to look at a more permanent market within the CBD, so similar to the Adelaide Street Market or Victoria Street Markets in Melbourne, and have something that really showcases the output of the region in a permanent setting that tourists can engage with. We can attract people out of Christchurch and Timaru to engage with. This is the concept. Obviously, it needs some further work and feasibility to determine whether it's got legs or not.
Thank you. Lynette.
I'd just like to make a point to you wanting to increase in the domestic market, and we have a lot of teenagers saying they've got nothing to do, and I read in here you've got claybird and archery. It's a shame I don't see any advertising around, even your dirt being, advertising around to try and get the locals into it. I've never heard of it in our county. So it would be good to see a bit of advertising and try to grow a growth around that industry.
I guess the challenge is that, we're charged with the task of driving visitation from outside of the region into the region, and we have a very, very limited budget to do that. So if we are also tasked with promoting local businesses within the region, then it really mitigates what we can do with the budget that we've got to do work to drive visitation from out of region.
And I was looking at the agritourism here. You're not going to partner up with farm-to-farm tours, because I know they're very busy, and mower tours, they're doing a lot of farm-to-farm stuff where you could piggyback on that, because we hear different ones wanting to come in from overseas to have a look at the industry, and there's a lot of good farms around mid-Canterbury that could piggyback through you guys.
We actually do some work in that space with some of those key operators now, and in fact this week we met with one of the offshore agents, Tony Boot, who brings groups into the region, and he actually does do a lot of work in that space and does homestays as well as other commercial arrangements with operators around agri experiences. And Bruce has been working with some of the key providers actually that are doing some fantastic work down in Southland as well around trying to upweight the opportunity for agri-based business, particularly in and around Ashburton itself. Bruce, I'm not sure whether you want to talk to that point.
Yes, I can, and hopefully you can all hear me. So I've been working with a company called Agritourism, as Kath just suggested. They're based in Southland, and they've had a long process of being able to recruit farmers to be able to diversify across their farms. And we've got a number of people that are interested. I'm not sure that she's been able to actually flag any at this stage, but she's definitely working hard to be able to try and find a couple of operators that we can work with locally. We still do have a number of operators that operate independently through both Airbnb and also Book-a-Batch, and they're also operators that are on farms. Often it's one of the old cottages or something like that. So there's definitely a lot of agritourism that goes on. It's just probably not as well identified as your commercial operators.
Diane?
I just want to take the conversation back, if I may, to the farmers market. As a lot of you know, we've got a very strong and stoic farmers market in existence here, which is, and in the summer, if you take a walk around there on a Saturday morning, it's very full and very vibrant. So I'm just wondering, probably a question to Simon, have you talked to them or had any positive discussions with them?
Through the chair, no discussions to date. The concept of the permanent market is just at concept stage at the moment, so we haven't gone and engaged with the market, the Saturday markets, as they currently stand.
So I would think it would be important to have them in the discussion. You're better to have them in it than out of it, or they'll, if they get to hear there's a discussion, they'll get really upset about it because it is a strong market. Anyway, that's just my advice.
Thank you for that. Any further questions? If not, can I have a mover that we receive the Christchurch NZ quarterly report?
I'll move.
Councillor McMillan, Councillor Cameron. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you, Kathy, Bruce and Tracy. Well done, and we'll see you next time.
Pleasure.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot.
The councillors, move over to page 49 and the 22-23 rates instalment. Yes, and we got a supplementary page, and I think the change is just in the recommendation, I think.
Yes, that's correct. The recommendation has changed from the original copy.
What change was there from the original to this one?
The recommendation is stating complying with section 49 under the Local Government Rating Act and the requirement to allow a minimum of 14 days, so sufficient time for the ratepayer to make payment.
Okay. Oh, Leanne, oh sorry, yeah. Leanne.
So, through the Mayor, through the Mayor, originally we had looked at simply delaying or deferring the time for penalties. Under section 49, we have two pieces of legislation we have to adhere to. Section 49 of the Rating Act, which trumps just about everything, says we have to give everybody a minimum of 14 days. And on top of that, and we found this out through our legal advice back when COVID kicked in 2020, you simply can't just defer your penalties, applying the penalties, because councils adopted them through the resolution of adopting their annual plan. So we need to apply the penalties, remit them, and then apply them at the later date so that the ratepayer is not disadvantaged by DX delivering the rates late.
So the ratepayer will get the penalty, they'll get a penalty notice, but...
No, they won't receive a penalty notice at all.
Okay. Right.
They won't see anything, we're just following the letter of the law.
Yeah, great. Don't want to confuse them. Councillor Mackay.
Absolutely sensible, Mr Mayor and councillors. I will move the recommendation as put by Erin.
No other questions first? No questions? I'll take a question first, Angus. We'll come back to you, maybe Caroline.
Is it the same space now between when the people have received their rates notice?
Caroline, talking to the mic.
Oh, sorry, through the chair. Is it the same, 14 days extended? Is that how late the thing was? Like, we're not cutting people's time short to what they would normally have received?
Through the Mayor, no, we're not. We believe we're adhering to the same timeline. Some will get a bit more than 14 days.
Yeah. But Angus has moved. John, you got a question?
Yeah, I have actually. This DX mail outfit, have they got them all out yet? Because I don't recall seeing my bloody rates bill today, and today's the 17th, and they were supposed to have them out last Friday.
Through the Mayor, I believe they have got them all out, or they're on their way. That was our message that we had received. We can certainly follow that up on your behalf, but my understanding is that they have. They have hit the impact of COVID like many businesses and are doing their absolute best. But we understood that most of you should have had your invoices by Monday this week.
Erin? Right.
Yes, from contact with DX Mail, they advised that deliveries would be by close of business on Friday the 12th, but Monday the 15th is a last resort.
Stuart, question?
What percentage actually receive it by mail? Well, I get mine online, so wouldn't the majority get them online?
I don't have the answer to that question at this moment.
It could be an answer you could get.
Yes, I can get that information.
If the ratepayer was incentivised to get them online, I think they would, but there is no incentive to get them online, so hence it doesn't happen. Leah?
Through the Mayor, again, this is a really challenging one, and if we could have our way, we'd have everybody being emailed. It's a really legislative process to get a ratepayer onto email, and again, have gone through this process with a couple of councils and legal advice. The ratepayer has the right to choose their mail, how they receive their rates, and if they want any other information from us through email. The property is always the last resort because it doesn't change, whereas emails do, and emails bounce, and all sorts of things go wrong with email. We will do everything we can to get our ratepayers onto email because it's cheaper for us, but it still has to be their option, and we can't give them a discount for that.
Mm.
We could look at the long-term plan, at consulting and looking at some incentive that way, but that would be down the track.
Yep. Diane?
Yes, I'm a person who's always had mine by email for as long as I could, but I actually got mine in the mail as well and they only arrived the other day, and I wondered why. And I did see a bit of chatter on Ashburton discussion page about the same thing, people asking why did they get it in the mail when they already get it on email. So I don't know whether the girls can answer that.
Yeah.
At the time of striking the rates, there was a glitch with the system that sent out some paper copies to some people that are actually on email, so they will have got them emailed as well as the paper copy, but that's since been fixed as far as I'm aware.
I just thought it was a waste of postage.
John, question?
Yep. How are ratepayers going to find out they're not going to get penalised?
Through you, Mr Mayor, we'll put out a communication to the effect once Council has resolved the matter today.
And we are dealing with phone calls and letting them know they will not be disadvantaged.
Liz, question?
Yes, my question is, we weren't the only council affected by this. I've seen Christchurch. I presume there were quite a few councils that were affected by this mail delivery, so it's not just Ashburton Council, is that correct?
I'm unaware of any other, what's happening in any other council.
I have a move and a seconder, which is Angus and Roger. Will there be no further questions, any debate? If not, I'll put the motion. I'm in favour. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Trevor's here. Yep. Yeah, we will go into that because it was going to take a wee while. Councillors, we'll move now to civic wards. We have a civic, a civic award here for Trevor Corey, and he couldn't be at the awards that Deputy Mayor Liz conducted earlier. So, Trevor, welcome. And your nomination was done by Nikki Webster and was seconded by Mary Ross. And the award is for the Mayor's Award for Public Service. The Mayor's Award are rare awards given to people who've made a significant contribution to the district. The award recognises the recipients as stewards of the district and as people of special note. Trevor Corey's leadership over the years, past and present, has directly and positively influenced the lives of the people in the Ashburton district. Over 30 years, his professional skills in accountancy, his energy and compassion have resulted in educational schemes, healthcare projects and better living opportunities for the community and individuals now and for decades to come. One of those many initiatives is the Advance Ashburton Community Foundation, which he chaired for 7 years. During this time, he promoted the establishment of the Boost Learning Program, which helps children aged 7 to 8 years who are struggling with literacy. What started as a pilot program in 3 schools in 2015 is now in all but one of the district schools and involves around 200 children and over 120 volunteers. Parents and teachers say the reading ability of these children improves measurably. Trevor was also a determined strategic driver of the Rural Health Academic Centre, which is based at the Ashburton Hospital. And in its fifth year of rurally focused research and education for the medical and nursing professions. He spent many hours meeting and talking with key people, including the Dean of the Christchurch School of Medicine and Health Science, Otago University, and senior staff at the Canterbury District Health Board, all with the aim of encouraging doctors and nurses to work in rural hospitals. Trevor has also been involved in a local trust to provide the affordable housing, the Mid-Canterbury Funders Forum, and the suicide prevention program, Life's Worth Living. As chairman of Advance Ashburton, he also grew the foundation, which invests and manages donations and makes grants to individuals and groups. His governance skills have been called upon by others in the South Island to help establish similar community foundations. Trevor was a founding trustee and chair of St Stephen's Close Charitable Trust, which developed a vacant section behind St Stephen's Church into a small 6-unit retirement village. He has also been a member of the Mid-Canterbury Cancer Society since 2010 and was instrumental in securing and finding funds for the property on Mona Square that the Society now occupies. He chaired the organising committee for the 2012 Relay for Life that raised over $200,000 and in recent years has supported the Transalpine Scooter Safari. Over the years, he has also held positions on school boards, the Ashburton Silver Band, the Mackenzie Charitable Foundation, the Ashburton Benevolent Fund, the Ashburton Palliative Care Charitable Trust, the Lockheed Charitable Trust, and the Ashburton Learning Centre. As chair of the Trevor Wilson Charitable Trust, he has realigned its activities and now it distributes about $600,000 a year to organisations within our community. Trevor is a highly respected, loyal and passionate citizen of Ashburton, and his influence and commitment to the district have benefited us all. Well done, Trevor. If you'd like to come forward. Excellent. Actually, we'll take the mask. It might look better. I'm sure.
Invade each other's space, please.
Well, please.
Hold it right up. Both of you. You can take one more hold there. I just want to get the name there. Thank you.
Well done. Well done, Trevor. Thank you. Am I allowed to work it too? Oh, you can, yeah. The floor is yours.
Hearing all of that, I wonder how I had time to do any work. But me and Neil, councillors, Hamish and your team, I really am humbled by being acknowledged and receiving this award. I'm sure that there's a lot more worthy people in the community than me, but having it be acknowledged, it's given me some cause to reflect on the time that Linda and I have been in this community. We shifted here at the beginning of 1978, so we're actually in our 45th year of living within this community. And it's been a community that's been incredibly kind to us. It's where we've raised our family, although they've dispersed to various parts of the world, and we were able to run a successful business. So when we arrived in Ashburton, we came from Wellington. We knew that if we really wanted to be part of this community, we would have to make some effort and get involved. And so in the early days between Linda and I, we were involved in Plunket, Kindergarten, Scouts and the Ashburton Silver Band, which Neil has already mentioned. And it didn't take long for us to get to know and make lifelong friends of many locals. In terms of the bit that I've done in this community, I've got to acknowledge that there are a number of people that, had I not met and were involved with, I probably could have gone in a different direction. And the philanthropic / not-for-profit sector is a pretty important part of any community, and the people that I met and had influence on me, the first one was Don Church. Don was the he was one of the founding trustees of the Mackenzie Charitable Foundation, which I became secretary of and was for nearly 40 years. Another name that a number of you may remember but may not is a fellow called Frank Harris. Now his wife Joy actually was a councillor for a period of time, but I met Frank in the early days when we were raising money to put a new scout den up at Allenton, and the energy that Frank demonstrated was quite outstanding. And of course it was Alan and Elmer Lockhead from Methven. Of more recent years, Neil and Jeanette Sinclair, and in very recent years, Walter and Heather Vanderclay, with the work that they're willing to do and put their hand in their pocket to be involved with. So I've found being involved in the philanthropic, not-for-profit sector, it's been very satisfying and rewarding, and that's been quite personal for me. And probably in the last 12 years since I retired from accounting, it kept me out of Linda's way as well. So. But there's been some mention, but there's some things that I've been particularly grateful to have been involved in helping things happen. And Ashburton Hospital has had its threats over the years, but of recent times the establishment or redevelopment of the operating theatre, the creation of the Rural Health Academic Centre, which brought academia or research and teaching to Ashburton Hospital, and more recently there's the Rural Medicine Immersion Program, which actually has 4 young doctors in our community for a full year, hoping that they'll like the rural community and stay here. There's the Haven Housing project, which I'm not involved with now, but I was involved in helping it get going, the Cancer Society rooms at Mona Square, and that child literacy program that was mentioned. So when you're involved with something that wasn't there to start with and it's there now, it's really quite rewarding, and in the proactive aspect of what I've been enjoying doing over the last few years. And finally, I'd like to acknowledge and thank my not so conspicuous partner in all of this, and that's my dear wife Linda. She's been also involved in all of this and other community things along the way. So in many respects this award should be for both of us, not just for me. So Mayor Neil, thank you very much for the recognition and acknowledgement, and it'll be cherished along with the memento that represents that. So well done. Thank you all very much.
Thanks for those words, Trevor. It's well done to our community, the work you've put into it. We're going to break for a cup of tea shortly, so you're more than welcome to stay and join with us for a cup of tea and have a chat. It'll be about 3 o'clock, so you might be going out for a photo here, but then come back and join us for a cup of tea. Thank you. Sarah, shall we move on now to new and long-serving staff? 5 minutes? We can. You ready to go, or shall we move on to another item first?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, another item first would be preferable, just so that I can collect the troops.
Okay. Draft item number 16, the draft stormwater bylaw for public consultation. Andy and Richard, anything further to add to your report?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no thank you. Happy to answer questions.
Okay, councillors, questions?
Yeah, just a very minor matter, but normally we get the finance and financial implications and significance and engagement assessment. I note at the end of the financial one on page 62, there is no name there for the person from finance, name or position.
We have the financial implications on page 60.
61, sorry.
Yeah, Richard, any?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I made the same observation myself about 15 minutes ago, at which point it was a bit late to correct it. Ordinarily, I would refer this to the finance manager, Erin. Obviously, on this case, I didn't. We do have discretion where the information is simply, that's in here, is simply reflecting what's in published documents. And in this case, the budget figures are out of our published budget, and the information on funding is from the financing and revenue policy. There's nothing here that requires, as I understand it, under our practice, Erin to check that what I've said is correct, although normally I would have done so.
Councillor Lovett.
I just read in here that you do not propose to introduce a licensing system at the start. You'd like to get them on voluntary. But any other organisation, I look at farming, that when new regulations and things come into play, you're automatically taken into the system. And I'm wondering, should it be automatic compliance and testing right from the word go? Then everybody knows what they're up for right through.
Richard or Andy?
What we're proposing in the bylaw, and I'll come to the question of licensing in particular, but the bylaw is about enabling council to operate its stormwater discharge consent. So we have some obligations under that consent to develop a register of what we're calling non-residential premises, and to monitor those and audit them and so on. Where the question of licensing comes in is essentially that you can introduce, and we have done this here in Ashburton with trade waste, a licensing regime whereby a new premise or an existing premise pays an annual license fee which helps to fund the activity. We've taken the view at this stage that until we have a better picture of the activity and the costs of monitoring and audit, and that we can identify who our high-risk premises are, that it's too early to introduce a cost such as that to be imposed on businesses that discharge stormwater. So that there will be some compliance work for premises, but we're not introducing a licence fee. And when we discussed that at workshop, my recollection was that Mayor Brown noted the community response when licensing was introduced for trade waste, which wasn't well supported.
Okay.
Councillor Cameron.
I might be getting confused with the trade waste, but my question relates to point 16. Requires council to establish a register of industrial sites and audit the sites of greatest risk. I'm assuming we have some idea of what they would be. Well, that is a question. Do we have some idea of these? Because I would have thought we would have done that, so I might be getting confused, am I?
We've not had an official register or a requirement to monitor these premises in the past. We know who our industrial operators are.
Yeah.
The term we're using is non-residential, because the definition also includes some commercial car park areas, for example, that are high traffic, high turnover. Essentially, it'll be any premise in zones B, business B, C, D and E, and there's quite a number of them.
Okay. Well, may I ask one further question?
Yep.
Silt, from development in the town or in the country, I understand that cannot go directly into the stormwater, like if you're building a car park. So how's that dealt with? Because it could inadvertently end up in the drain to stormwater. Is there like a net there, or how do you stop it?
Yeah, so even without our bylaw, there are requirements under the Land and Water Plan to manage sediment control from sites, construction sites, and usually they have to install what they call a silt fence and maintain that stormwater on site for the duration. So those rules already apply. The only difference with us having a bylaw and a consent that controls our particular area is that we now have to become the policeman. So
Okay.
we have to look after those sites that are within our network.
Okay, so when the stormwater goes into our network, we measure that, do we, at the area of exit, you know? Just
Yeah, that would be part of the construction monitoring.
Okay, thank you.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I note what we're doing is we're setting up a register with risk classification, etc. Have we got the existing resources to do that without having to increase resources to carry out the functions of this register?
Yeah, we believe we do, and hence that's why we're not proposing the licensing system. If we were going down that path, it would require a bit more resource than we currently have, but because we're not taking that step, we believe we can manage what is required under this.
So this stormwater bylaw is just going out for public consultation, so there'll be more feedback come in, and it could change from what it is today, and it could well do. Angus?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I listened very carefully to the answer given to Councillor Cameron. So what measuring device do you use? Because it's the first I've heard of one that will do this job without silting up or breaking down or clogging. So what is the measuring device? My answer to Councillor Cameron, which is you're an officer, so you can't perhaps give it. Barley straw works rather well, Caroline. So from your answer to Councillor Cameron, what type of measuring device is it you use? Because you said you measure it.
Yeah, well, okay, so to be accurate, what we control is the measures they put in place to manage it. So they have to put in the fencing. They have potentially, you're right, if it's straw bales as a method of controlling it or treating it, then that would be what we'd be looking for. There is sight glasses and all sorts of other things that you measure if it's going into a waterway. We've got that ability if we have to, but first and foremost, it's around about the practices they put in place up front.
So in the lead up to this bylaw, what have we done to keep our stormwater cleaner than the receiving environment, which presumably in Ashburton town here will be the Ashburton River and Methven will be Mount Harding Creek?
So this council has done a few things over recent years. We've put in gross pollutant traps on some of our bigger discharges, and that's actually capturing a lot of material and trash material that would have otherwise gone into the environment. So we have been doing small steps, but certainly nothing of the scale that may be required in the future.
Councillor McMillan?
I was going to move if there's no further questions.
Doesn't look like it. Moved, Councillor McMillan, seconded, Councillor Lovett. Debate, councillors. Do you want to speak to the motion? I'll put the motion. I'm in favour. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Sarah. Thank you, gentlemen.
Good afternoon. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to introduce a number of new starts to Council and also recognise some recent service milestones within the organisation. So when I call out your name, sorry, I apologise for my back to being towards you. When I call out your name, if you don't mind just standing up so that, the team can see you, that'd be fantastic. So we've got Julie Crahay, and she is within my team as our safety and wellness lead. We've got Craig Ramsey, who is a horticulturalist within Open Spaces. We've got Kate Petty, who's another horticulturalist within Open Spaces. We've got Mark Smith, who's our new corridor manager as part of our roading team. And we've got Ravi Traved, and he's our asset engineer in our roading team also. So that's the selection of new faces before you. I've got 4 staff I'd like to recognise. Some are slightly over the anniversary date due to previous commitments and no meetings in July. So yeah, hence the number. So first of all, I'll read a few words, and if you can walk towards the front, and the Mayor and Hamish will give you a little gift as well. So to start with, I'd like to recognise Jim Henderson. Jim has passed his 5-year milestone at ADC in May this year. For the majority of his tenure, he's been a key member within the P&C team, and it's fair to say from day one he got involved in everything that ADC does inside and outside the working week. He's the person that lights the fire at Griggs Street House for new staff moving in. He's learnt to purchase firewood before winter, which is a key thing on my books. He's captained the softball team, he helps out at corporate challenges, he's a social club committee member, and as you also know, he's a civil defence controller and has recently, unfortunately, taken on the position of emergency management officer. As Jane would vouch for, he's still within my grip, and he is still helping out on a P&C task from time to time. So he is, his nickname is Helpful Jim. That is his personal nickname, but it is very true in the workplace as well. So, and he recently got publicly acknowledged for also his services within the community as a volunteer award. So that's, yeah, goes to say that, yeah, we like you here. We want to keep you for another 5 years or more, and thank you very, very much. I've got another 5-year service milestone that we're also very pleased to tick over, and this is for Erin Register. Erin started as our financial accountant, and as of 11 months ago, she was promoted to finance manager. Erin is not only extremely knowledgeable on everything finance, but also now the uniqueness of council finances. It's a pleasure to work alongside Erin. She's extremely high work output, incredibly calm under pressure, and she's been, in her time with council, she's been involved with 3 annual plans, 4 annual reports, 1 LTP amendment and 2 LTPs. It's extremely pleasing that Erin has a fully staffed finance team, and I am touching wood as I say that, and in turn they complete all our accounts payable, accounts receivable, our rating, fleet and plant management, insurance, and as well as meets all our financial compliance requirements. So it's a big task that her team tackle, and they do it very well. So thank you very much, Erin, for the last 5 years, and yeah, another 5 more. We also have Chris Stanley, and Chris has been at council for 10 years. During this time, Chris has not had 1 or 2 jobs, but 4. He started as our water service compliance officer in 2013. He was promoted to our asset management officer, specialising in transportation. In 2015, he jumped ship and he went to asset management officer in utilities. And then in 2018, he's been promoted to our 3 water engineer position. What you might not know about Chris is he's pretty much as close as you get in terms of qualification to being a rocket scientist. He's a fantastic report writer and is often referred to by other team members to utilise his knowledge of the Queen's English. In terms of the current work projects Chris is doing, he's doing an outstanding job as council rep for the Methven Springfield Mount Summers membrane treatment upgrade projects, and his manager describes him as an outstanding team member with an extremely safe pair of hands. So look, the 10 years has been varied, and you've learned a lot, and we're hoping, clearly subject to 3 waters, that yeah, you're here for longer. And finally, my last person I'd like to recognise today is Michael Wong, who's also reached his 10-year service milestone with Council. Michael initially started as a building official with Council, and then he was promoted to Building Services Manager in April 2013. Michael is often targeted by various organisations to tap into his expertise. He's a member of the Building Consent Authority Professional Advisory Committee for IANZ and MB, and he's also on the South Island IQP panel, which considers complaints about independent qualified persons and decisions to approve or remove IQPs from the register. He's recently been made an honorary member of the Master Builders Association also. So Michael has been very proactive with earthquake-prone buildings. The list of 484 turned into 266, and of which we've got 42 that are still to be strengthened or demolished. So that's a huge workload. This involved many hours of work and countless meetings assisting building owners and engineers to find solutions. Michael is incredibly approachable, generous with his time, and is a fountain of knowledge. There's an ongoing joke that he should enter the TV show Lego Masters New Zealand with his passion for Lego. ADC and our building community have been fortunate to have your skills and experience for the last 10 years, and yes, we would like you to stay for another 10 years or more.
Thank you, Sarah. We'll break for an afternoon tea just in a minute. But just the new staff welcome, and I hope your stay with Ashburton District Council is enjoyable and productive. So well done for your employees, and congratulations to the long-serving staff. Thank you very much for the work you've done so far. And as Sarah says, we look forward to more productive work from you in the future. So well done. We'll break now for a cup of tea, and we will have a chat together, and we'll come back about, say, 20 past, but after. Thanks. things warming up. Well, welcome back everybody after your afternoon tea break, and we're on to item number 17, Lake Camp and Lake Clearwater 30-year plan. Tony, Jane, anything further to add to your report?
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, just to remind you a little bit on the process that we've undertaken to get to here. We appreciate that it's taken quite some time. And I'd just like to acknowledge that Mel is joining us virtually, and she has been a very key part of this process. So
welcome, Mel.
We'll be able to answer the technical questions if we get there. So, following a pre-engagement period with the public in February and March earlier this year, we held a hearing, a workshop, and Council went on a day trip in March and April. The draft plan was developed based on the direction that Council gave officers at the workshop, and this draft plan was then sent out to our key partners and stakeholders for their feedback, which is attached in the appendices of this report. We think it's really important to note to you all that there were several key themes that were provided in the stakeholder feedback that have not been included in the final version of this plan based on the Council direction that we had. The first of which is that a number of stakeholders oppose our proposal to sell some leases at the Lake Clearwater settlement in the future. But on balance, as officers, we felt that it was important to retain this as an option in the plan, which could be made as a future decision of future councils, should they need to do so. Stakeholders were also opposed to any changes to district plan rules in the area. We have chosen to leave this in the plan as an action, as it is believed that this is an important part of preserving the value of the area. Any district plan review would be subject to the usual consultation processes via the Resource Management Act, and those views of the community could be heard and understood at that time. The new plan has been enhanced and improved because of the partner and stakeholder feedback that we've presented with you today. To clarify, there were media reports that we were taking this out for further consultation. We aren't. What we're proposing to you today is the final plan. We've heard from our partners, our stakeholders and our community voices very clearly that the time for talking is over and that time for action is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Councillors, any questions of Tony or Jane on the 30-year plan? So it's been a journey to get there, and it's great that we have got there and consulted with whoever wanted to have their say, which is perfect. And their contributions have obviously gone into the plan. Oh, Councillor Lovett.
I actually think it's a well-written plan, but I just, around the freedom camping, I think we just, going forward, have to be very careful with that, because not everybody is able to own a batch up there, and we still have to have that there, have them there, whether we could further restrict them down just for 2 or 3 nights, so they're not camping up there for long periods around Lake Camp. But it's a very good plan going forward.
Jane, there'll be some rules around how long you can stay, I'm sure.
Through you, Mr Mayor, no, not that, because I mean, well, freedom camping is freedom camping, but we were going to restrict where you could freedom camp so that you don't go right round the lake. So you'll recall when we went on the bus trip, you saw the most popular bit, but some people have been going further and further away, which are then so far away from the toilets, you start to wonder if they're actually using the toilets. And in consultation recently with the Hut Holders Association, quite some of whom are also volunteer fire people, that it's a lot safer and better all round if they're kept more in one area than spreading out right around the lake. So there's no intention to stop people freedom camping. It's just trying to keep them more in one general area rather than spreading out right around the lake.
Thank you. Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. I just note you've got the list of stakeholders there, and I'm looking at page 110, and then you've just written we've also ensured that the Lake Clearwater hut holders were also included in this process, which I agree with, because I think they need to be included. But there's quite a few campers that go up to and stay in the camping ground, and you know they leave their caravan there for the season, and they're there every year. How would you include them, because they're technically not hut holders, but they are regular users of the campground?
It's too late to include them, this is.
Yeah, they had the opportunity to submit through you, Mayor Brown, just like everybody else. And our comms team, in discussion with them at the time, they went out of their way to make sure we were targeting a wider audience than just hut holders, dock, ECAD, fishing game. So, because we're conscious of the fact that a lot of people do come to camp from as far away as Timaru, Christchurch, and even further afield. So we did try to target a wide audience to submit.
Okay, so I'll probably reword that. So some of those people would have submitted, but they're classed as hut holders because they're regular visitors up there. Is that, or am I getting this totally wrong?
Thank you, through the chair. So the hut holders are just those that own a hut in the settlement. The campers are a little more challenging to actually see as an organised body or group of people. They actually almost fall back into the average community member who might go up there several times a year for fishing or tramping or recreation.
Councillor Cameron.
Thank you very much. The plan is easy to read and simply laid out, which I appreciate. I've got a few points to make. A point 1.2, which is review, protect and restore the Indigenous biodiversity, and it was regarding to prepare and implement an education campaign covering the impact of four-wheel drives. We heard about four-wheel drives going around the far side of Lake Camp, and not only are they digging up the ground, but they're also affecting the bullies and things at the edge of the water. How long are we going to wait for that? You've got 30th of June 23. Do we need to consult on that when we already know?
We've already had one meeting with various parties, and I've got another one arranged for Monday, and I've got quite a few council staff, relevant council staff coming to that. I've also got DOC, ECAN, hut holders, and the Commodore from the Aquatic Club.
Oh, coming to that meeting. Yeah. The other thing was advocate somewhere to other bodies such as ECAN to ensure their environmental controls are appropriate. Well, ECAN have told us about the flipping situation, you know, that it's borderline and all the rest of it. Surely they should be on board. I mean, they should be possibly leading environmental controls on that, I would have thought.
Well, I'll be careful what I say here, don't I? ECAN are reviewing their land and water plan, and there's a legal requirement for them to do that, and I think they have to have that notified by the end of next year.
So they have a period. They have a grace period too.
Well, if it's
18 months from now.
Yeah,
basically.
it's a big piece of work.
Okay, and I have one more question in response to Councillor Lovett's comment. I think that's a very beautiful part of the world up there at Lake Camp and Lake Clearwater, and as you say, everybody needs to enjoy it, but I do think we all have to make compromises and concessions to ensure that it stays that way for our grandchildren, and if it means restricting freedom campers from the far side of the lake, I think that's a very small price to pay, personally.
Councillor Flood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question. On seeking feedback on the plan, was feedback sought from surrounding landowner?
Through the initial engagement, yes, and then through the stakeholders' engagement, yes also. So they were invited to be a part of it. It's the trick that we've got compared to some of the other key agencies up there is that actually our parameter and realm of control is relatively small, but given, and we fully accept that that is probably the highest concentration of human activity in the area too. So this, as I understand it, through the steering group and working group, the landowners are very involved, and that's part of the process in the Otu Wharakai area, and they are having specific conversations with DOC and ECAN specifically.
Okay, thank you.
John, you done?
Oh, sorry.
Sure.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Where is our plan going to sit when the working group come out with a plan that's going to cover possible farm pollution, you know, the whole area, whereas we're just sort of looking our little piece? Will it be incorporated in theirs, or will it still be a standalone one?
That hasn't been determined yet. When we set off down this path, developing our own plan, there had been no talk at all of a plan covering the wider area. Then there was some suggestion that we should wait, but we weren't prepared to because we'd already raised an expectation that we were going to go ahead with this, and you can't just sit around and wait forever. And the purpose of our plan was to at least try and introduce some controls over the land that we actually do have responsibility for. So, yeah, as Tony said, we can't control what farmers are doing on their land, for example, or that type of thing. So I'm not sure how this will fit in with the wider plan. They may well just incorporate what we've got here into one plan that covers the whole area, but that's yet to be determined.
Lynette?
The council's landscape management plan, I was going to ask, how often does that get reviewed? Because reading some of the submissions from people that use that area, like Camp, they need all the pines for shelter to be able to boat on that lake. And I think in this plan, when I originally read it, the idea was to take out all those trees and replace them with natives. And natives, trees grew up there, and we kind of need shelter trees. And we've got a big conflict going on here, and I don't know how you resolve it. You can sort of grow both, but we don't want to render this lake useless to the boaties and the water skiers and the picnickers and stuff.
So through the chair, it's as I understand it, the landscape management plan was developed some years ago. So our plan is intending to have that reviewed by the 30th of June 24. Resolving those conflicting issues is part of the challenge because you have different values from different stakeholders. But that's actually the complexity with the entire area. Is everyone is using it for different purposes and sees it, but the ultimate long-term goal is to protect the water quality up there.
Liz, do a question or?
I was going to move the recommendation that we adopt the draft Lake Camp and Lake Clearwater 30-year plan attached in Appendix 1. I think it's an excellent plan. We had some really quality submissions, and I think it's captured everything that was discussed during the submissions and the hearings.
Thank you. Does move. John, seconding?
I second. I think it's an excellent plan, and it's good to show that we're showing some leadership.
Councillors, debate. All in agreement. I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Well done. It's a good plan, as you just said. And put it into motion. Now, next one up, 18. Item number 18, draft climate resilience plan. Welcome back, Richard. Anything further to add?
No, nothing further to add. This is again a piece of work that's been a long time coming, so happy to take your questions.
Is it Angus? Yep.
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor, being a draft, is it a draft until we move this recommendation today and then it goes through further processes, or where is it at?
Tony?
Thank you, through the chair. So our intention today is with your adoption of this then becomes the climate resilience plan for the organisation. We aren't proposing to take this out for consultation unless you direct us to do so.
You don't propose to?
No, we don't. We see this, when we've evaluated this, we see this as very much an organisational plan in the first instance for us as ADC to start making some gains in this area.
I'll wait until debate.
All right. I just have a question on page 140. Right at the top, there's this top paragraph, plans to take over the next XX years. Should there be a number in there?
Thank you, through the chair. So that's the version that we have not updated. That should be over the next 10 years.
And on 142, there's some X's there too. Is it all over 10 years?
Yes, it is.
So all through 10 years?
Yes, it is.
So we'll take X as Roman numerals, which knock and divide by 2.
That's 20, so
And divide by 2, yeah.
we'll update that, apologies.
Yep, so they're all 10 years. The other, about the plan, was next page 141, climate change is identified as a key issue in our long-term plan. Is it a key issue in our long-term plan? I know roading is.
Thank you. Through the chair, it was one of our key issues in terms of what was affecting our long-term plan. Included in that also was things like the Three Waters reform, climate change, the roading aspect. There's several others, population and demography changes. There's quite a section that's in that, yes.
So should we change that to climate change is identified as one of the key issues in our long-term plan?
Up to council, we thought that a key issue works, but either.
Key issue or one of, councillors?
Same thing.
Same thing? Leave as. John, Roger, thought on that, or was it something different?
No, I was just going to make a query, that's all.
Okay, we'll tidy up the key issue one. We're happy to leave as is? Yes. But, right, yeah, Roger. Oh, John will just have to go off. John, you go off. There you go.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a query on page 141. It's been projected that there will be between 20 and 60 more hot days, and also in winter it is expected that rainfall will increase by 15 to 40%. I'm just curious, where do those figures come from? Was that sort of a toss the coin and throw a dart, or did we source something?
So that's come from the Canterbury Climate Change Risk Assessment, which was published by the Mayoral Forum earlier this year. That's been developed by scientists and researchers in this field. We haven't tried to attempt to create these numbers.
No, that's fine, thank you.
You'd read some of those assumptions there and you'd have to say that some of them are actually come true. 15 to 40% more rain in the winter may be true. Yep. Well, there's the last 2 years anyway. So, John.
Yeah, just looking at page 148, I thought this thing was going to be largely voluntary. But if you look at 222 on page 148, investigate a requirement for developers to provide climate resilient infrastructure and to use sustainable design in major projects. Are we sort of not starting to look at bringing in requirements when in the opening part of the whole thing we're saying we're not going to have those requirements?
Through you, Mr Mayor. When developers approach us with, for example, a subdivision proposal, we're already ensuring that the infrastructure that they put in, for example, if it's stormwater related infrastructure, is climate resilient to the extent that it's designed to cope with taking into account the kinds of factors of growth and expected rainfall, etc. I'm aware that the assets team are looking towards developing a set of standards for subdivision, which will be a matter for council to approve in the next term. So this is largely reflecting existing practice, but there is some work going to codify that. In regard to the use of sustainable design in major projects, you've already seen this, for example, in the CBD project with the rain gardens, and also the sustainability features in the headquarters building.
Thank you. I was on page 2.1, objective 2.1, page 148. 2.1.2, assess council buildings and investigate the viability of solar panels. Would that encompass our forestry land? If we chopped a forest down or it blew down, we'd replace it perhaps with forestry panels instead of trees?
Through the chair, it could do, if we were directed to do so.
And just to follow that, Mr Mayor, that I have had a preliminary conversation with our property and team and forestry manager about that very matter that I think was raised in some fashion over the last couple of months. So it's on our radar.
To investigate.
Yeah, and this one here is a slightly more specific use of panels. It involves investigating the value of doing that as opposed to saying we're about to launch into it.
And it says medium term. Should that be more of a short term objective? By when are you going to do it? What's I suppose the question is, what is medium term? How many years is medium?
Through the chair, so short term is we're looking to do that within the next 12 months.
Okay.
Medium term with it would be within that 2 to 3 year range. We'd certainly like to be able to have a fairly good guide to build into the next L2P.
Yep, no, great. And on 2.3 and who's going to do it, by who, on the one above it, there's a question mark between the operations team, policy team, question mark behind there. Are they going to do it or are they not? The question mark is asking the question.
They are going to do it. The question mark should be removed.
Right.
So if their name's there, that's happening.
That's it. Okay. Liz?
Thank you, and I was just going to go back to the solar panels because I think it was something that I might have mentioned about looking at EA Networks Centre as putting some solar panels on there after we had Roger Sutton come and speak to us about the investigations that they were doing regarding solar panels. So I think it would be good to kind of incorporate everything, and I know that's not a question. So
that would capture that.
Yeah, and I recall when we were approving the new library and civic centre, it wasn't cost effective to put solar panels on the building, but council of the day resolved to make provision in the design for the future use of solar panels should it be economic or sensible to do so in the future. So there's a good example where we've already assessed a particular building, come to a view that it wasn't the right thing to do at that time, but didn't want to close it off as an option down the track.
They're going to put the wiring in for it.
That's right. So there's provision there to put them on should they be cost effective to do so in the future.
Yep. There's no further questions. There's a recommendation there that council adopts the draft climate resilience plan as attached in Appendix 1. Caroline, you moving?
Yes, thank you.
Seconder, Lynette. Oh, sorry, Lane. Oh, Lane seconded. Any further debate? Angus.
Mr. Mayor, I think I'm going to give up on this. I've been working with climate change now for quite a number of years. I think I've got some new beat on that just because of my age. But I want to tell you something. I'm really looking forward to the 15 to 40% extra rain that's going to come in the winter time, because that'll do one thing. It'll recharge the aquifers, the natural basin of a natural lake of water that will solve most of our well problems. Great. The extreme heat, I'll never forget Councillor Wilson explaining to us one day how he'll be able to grow so much more different crops. In fact, I think he even got carried away one day and mentioned something about citrus if the summer was the right way round. Great opportunity. Now, I can remember when dairy cows arrived here, and there was the biggest building boom and fencing boom and tree boom that you've cutting down that you've ever seen in all your life. There was not enough employees anywhere. If this comes to fruition, it's going to be brilliant for Ashburton, Mr. Mayor. Absolutely brilliant. And I've involved myself in an industry that hopefully I live long enough that I can take part in it. But I actually think that some of you are going to get a bit carried away. But I'm just going to leave it at that. The necessary actions. You know, as a council, for example, we come to Objective 2.1, investigate and implement opportunities of increasing sustainability. Across to the left, right of it is 2.12, access council buildings, investigate the viability of solar panels. Councillors, do you realise that you are sitting on a piece of paper that if you let the right people in this district loose with it, they will build you a whole heap of generation. But no, you're not interested. You just sit and sit on your hands. I asked a question about it this morning, and we got told, oh, don't think the value is quite right. The value isn't in the piece of paper, the value is in what the right people of this district can do with that piece of paper, councillors. That's all right. You sit, I'll sit, and I'll retire. Thank you for allowing me to have my say on climate change, Mr Mayor. I reckon the opportunities for Ashburton are brilliant, but I don't think we're going about it the right way. You know, one of the opportunities I looked at is I organised a meeting with David Bayliss in Methven years ago. And you look out there now and there's no power poles. That gives me great satisfaction. Because we put the company in the right hands. And those people got on and did it. They even provided connections and fibre to schools. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've had enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay, for your comments. Any further debate, councillors? If not, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Do you want to abstain, Councillor Mackay? Yep. Recorded? Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Richard Tony. Next item is the Water 819, the Water Ace Network fish screens. Page 152. Welcome, Andy Neil. Anything further to add?
No, I'm happy to take questions.
Take questions. Angus.
First question I got, Mr Mayor, is thank you for the opportunity to ask, is when were we last told by senior staff that we were working closely with ECAN on fish screens and that we were going to trial closing down one of the 3 intakes through a trial? When were we told that?
Through the chair, I'm not so sure you were told that. I don't understand the question.
Okay. I'll try again, if I may, Mr Mayor.
Try again.
In the annual plan workshops, it was my recollection that there was a 500,000 estimate cost for fish screens on each of the 3 takes. Am I correct?
I have used a figure of that scale.
Okay. What did council decide to do about that phenomena? Did we do anything about it? Did we put any money in the budget to replace the fish screens, or did we decide to do a trial close of the Pudding Hills intake?
I believe there was certainly no funding put forward to put in fish screens.
Thank you. So what did we decide to do in the meantime?
I think you may be getting confused with the decision to do a trial service provision through the Ellis scheme, and that's been completed now. More recently, we've done we've got approval from council to proceed with investigating closure of the Pudding Hill intake, and that work is ongoing.
So why are we doing that?
Because there's a possibility if we can close it, we won't have to put a fish screen in.
So that's a trial just for that one intake structure?
Well, I wouldn't use the word trial. We're going through investigations currently, and if those investigations prove that it could be feasible, then that will come back to council as a proposal. In which case, then we might start a more formal public consultation process.
Okay. The next question is when did we first find out that a formal warning from ECAN in the form of a letter was on its way to us, the Ashburton District Council, as on page 159 of our agenda?
Pretty much the same day as the letter's dated.
So up until then, what we being told at this council was the relationship between ECAN and ADC in regard to fish screens. I thought we were working together to try and come up with something. Is that not right any longer?
It's fair to say that ECAN have tried to get us moving on fish screens on more than one occasion. And I've reported that through the activity briefings when those instances have occurred.
And that's what we were told all along.
That's the information I've provided council through the activity briefings is a matter of fact. We've had meetings with ECAN where they've expressed concern that we are not acting fast enough with fish screens, and that has been reported to council through the activity briefings.
Okay, can ECAN provide us with a rough design of a fish screen that will satisfy their demands?
Not at this point. The only thing they refer to is meeting the consent condition, which talks about velocities, approach velocities, and all manner of criteria.
And did we hire anyone to help us with that project?
Well,
did we hire a scientist? Did we hire a consultant or something?
So through this decision, we will be committing to detailed design. So that the intention at that point is to get that exact expertise. To come up with a detailed design of fish screens that would meet the criteria of the consent.
And we're doing that now when we were asked to do that in 2015.
We were required to start that work when the consents were granted in 2012. We had 3 years to do it.
Okay.
But because of concerns around not wanting to spend money on infrastructure that may prove to be redundant shortly thereafter, the decision was to defer.
Well, we made the wrong decision, didn't we, as a council?
Councillor,
not staff, we did.
Councillor, where are you leading with the questioning?
I'm leading with, I think, Mr. Mayor, that we should take the cheap way out. We should write everyone that gets a water race a letter, and that we should close it down at the end of this coming financial year.
Thank you.
Save ourselves $1.5 million and a lot of pain.
Thank you for that. Stuart.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Activity briefing the 26th of March. We were told ECAN threatening to issue a formal warning. But you read this on the 4th of May, it's actually a formal warning. So there's a difference between threatening to have a formal warning and an actual formal warning. We weren't told that we got this formal warning. That's a lot more serious than threatening to get a formal warning.
Well, through you must have had the threat came first. They threatened to do it and then they did it. So that follows from March to May. I think the other thing, telling comment in Mr. Guthrie's report, is that we have had many conversations with ECAN about fish screens, and their attitude over a number of years was quite conciliatory and supportive of trying to work through not needing them despite the consent conditions, knowing full well that council's overall long-term goal was to close as many races as possible, and that the infrastructure was potentially an expensive waste of money. What's changed, and I think Andy's report says that, is that ECAN have moved past a conciliatory and constructive conversation with us about what we can do instead, and have simply now issued a formal warning in terms of the consent conditions. So it's a hardening of attitude, if you like, from ECAN after many years of discussing it with us in a slightly different way.
Councillor Wilson, you done?
So what are we actually going to do? Where's that?
Well, it talks in the recommendation what we're going to do. But, I have a question of the recommendation. We're going to commence the detailed design of the fish screening infrastructure. Is it a rock bund? Is it a screen? What is it? What are we designing? What method will we use?
Yeah, so the consent condition is quite prescriptive. And what we understand from ECAN's position on the rock bund is that if we were to pursue that approach, they would require us to do some fairly extensive testing to prove that the end product meets the criteria of the consent. My understanding is that that is quite a difficult process to do, and it takes quite a bit of risk. So our approach would probably be a mechanical structure of some type.
Yeah, John.
Thank you. Where are we at with talking to the irrigation societies about supplying the water for the remaining stock water races?
Yeah, so in the report, I've talked or discussed just the very preliminary discussions we're having with them. Mr. McCann and I have been having discussions with them on the concept that they may be interested in taking over these discrete parts of the network, and as part of that arrangement, they would get access to the intake structures and those river access points. That could be attractive to them for other reasons, obviously, but our model that we are trying to progress is that they would then take on the liability for the fish screen for those intakes.
Thank you. Diane?
My simple brain might be looking at it too realistically, but I was looking at point 13 in regards to the preliminary discussions with the local irrigation companies. I mean, RDR put in a $17 million fish screen, which I guess the water coming from these other schemes comes through there. And if we were involved with those other schemes, as has been discussed for about 4 or 5 years now, I keep asking, why are we looking at building some more fish screens when the systems are there that probably provide water that's been through the $17 million system?
You don't own enough of the $17 million system to put your water in their system. That's right. It's taken up with generation water or irrigation water. We only have a small amount of stock water in it.
Correct, but am I wrong in thinking that the big irrigation schemes, their water comes out of their distribution point from the RDR?
The RDR is only so big. You can't take water from elsewhere and put it in there if it's already full.
Okay, I'd hate to see us start spending money if there's another way we can do it, that we would do that. Thank you.
I think you'll get agreement around the table for that, yeah. Stuart?
Have we ever approached Fish and Game? Because our water races are actually part of the fish system. It's not as if they're where young fish can grow and move backwards and forwards. To me, it's illogical that what are we trying to keep out or keep in? Are we stopping water race fish getting into the river, or are we stopping river fish getting into the water races? Because they're a nursery, our water races, for cockabullies and all this sort of stuff. That's why people want them left open. Environmentalists say they provide, they've been there 100 years, therefore they've got an infrastructure of their own with bullies, etc., and freshwater mussels and stuff. Why have we ever approached Fish and Game to say, look, what are we going to gain by putting a fish screen? Is it advantageous or disadvantage to the fish?
I don't think Fish and Game are the regulator.
Yes, through the chair, that's probably best directed at Environment Canterbury, but they in turn are only applying the national regulations. I don't think in this particular case a discussion with Fish and Game would alter the requirement to have a fish screen on this particular intake. It's just the legislative landscape we currently operate in.
If that was the case, that it's not practical or required to have a fish screen, should you be going for a change of condition?
Yeah, we could consider that, but there would be anything around going back to Environment Canterbury for a change of condition might open up the prospect of other conditions that they want to, revisit. And given I think we applied for our consents back in 2000, they were finally granted 12 years later. I don't think we would want to pursue that course, perhaps.
Thank you. Councillor Lovett?
That's where I was heading forward, trying to get a change of condition, because when we stood on the banks of that river after all that flooding, there was a conversation up there that all the native fish, everything in the river was really washed out to sea. And if we could just leave some water races open for that interconnection, that would be better off with eels and all sorts of things going down water races while there's a big major flood on. And we need to kind of look at the ecology and everything of the river. And I'm wondering whether, because we can't afford the 17 million or half that on each of these intakes, whether we need to start looking at the whole picture with ECAN again and trying to preserve what native species and fish, what we have got, just to keep some certain water races open, just re-engage with some conversation with them.
Hamish? Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I think the advice from the officer is reasonably clear. We don't think, on balance, it is worth going back to ECAN and having a debate about this condition, because it'll open up a debate about every other condition. However, if council so instructs us by a resolution of a formal council meeting, then of course we would do that. But it's not our intention to do that currently. So if council, however, was to resolve that we should, then clearly we would.
Roger.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm really asking for an opinion, and the officer may not be able to answer it, but what is the likelihood of closing Brothers and Methven auxiliary intakes? And secondly, if that is possible, how quickly could we do it?
I think the Methven auxiliary is one of the other ones that we were confident we may have been able to.
Yeah.
I don't share the same confidence necessarily with Brothers. I think that would be more problematic. But again, the recommendation doesn't suggest that we would close Methven auxiliary because of the interest that's being shown by the irrigation company.
Yeah.
Councillor Latham?
Yeah, no, thank you.
Councillor Wilson?
Looks like we're going to have to do something. Will ECAN accept that if we start the process of what sort of fish screen we need, what it will cost, we can't just go on ignoring it. Obviously, we've got to do something. So would ECAN accept our abatement notice on hold if we said, we're doing something about it? Or because obviously we're not going to have one in a month.
It's a formal warning.
There's no abatement notice currently. They've given us a formal warning. So the language of that is important. And the recommendation is intended to show that council is willingly making progress and acknowledging that ECAN's formal warning has been received and received seriously.
Okay, we've got Angus and Liz, then we're going to do something with this resolution. Angus?
The Spaxton Water Company, or Spaxton's Downs, or whatever they're called, how is their water out of the river fish screened?
My understanding is Spaxton get their water via an infiltration gallery. So it's a buried pipe intake.
Is that not your answer to solving the riddle? Dig a big hole, fire up the stones. A big, big hole.
I think we'll leave that to the experts to decide if that meets the requirement.
Please yourself.
Depends what's in the brief to the experts. Yep. Councillor Millen?
Thank you. I see you've got an option 4 here, which is seek a time extension to confirm the future of Pudding Hill. How likely would it be to get a time extension from ECAN, given that this has been going on for years?
Yeah, through the chair, I think the formal warning is a polite shot across the bows. I don't know whether it would be in our best interest, perhaps, to test them on it, maybe.
Okay.
recommendation in front of you. Someone like to sponsor it? John?
Yep.
Yep. Can I second it? Yep. Roger. Debate? None. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Yes. One against. Carried. Thank you. Recorded? Angus, recorded?
Yeah.
Right, recorded. Thank you. Thanks, Andy. Ashburton Car Club closure, item number 20.
I'll second. You're too slow.
Can't write that fast. Angus and Roger. Any debate? Angus, speak to the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Carried. Item number 21, future We've got to go into committee.
Yeah, we do.
We've got, how long will this take? We've got, we'll keep boxing through this open part. Yeah, it will be 15 minutes. Yeah. Councillors, you've got the report, future operation of Rangitata Camping Ground. Colin, welcome. Tony, anything further to add?
No, thank you.
There's a new page too. There's a new page.
Yes, there is. The key date change there is that the opening date has shifted to the 1st of September.
Right. It's all in the report, John.
Yeah, just a question. I understand you were talking to one of the hut holders down at the Rangi. Is there much progress there?
Mr. Mayor, yes, we have talked to a few of them about the operation, and there is progress.
Lynette?
I'm just asking, are these dates in line with a lot of other camping grounds through the country? Because they all have set seasons and dates, and it would be nice if we could have aligned with all them. Are we the same or different?
We link these through the whitebait as well as the salmon season.
Right. Okay.
Needs to be efficient as well. Yep. Caroline?
Just a quick question. The recommended option 2, is reduce the opening hours, but leave the public toilets open in the camping ground. Why do we need to leave the public toilets open in the camping ground?
Mr. Mayor, the public toilets are actually for the public that may not use the camping ground. They're fisher people that go down to the river.
No further questions. Would someone like to move the recommendation? John and Lynette. Put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Gets carried. Thank you. Thanks, Colin. Next one, 21, Camrose subdivision, naming of the park. Ian, is it? It is Ian. Nothing further to add, Ian. This report seems self-explanatory. Choice of name, etc. Liz.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ian, the family of Natalie Curry would have been advised that of the naming of the park. I'm assuming they still live in Methven. Before it was named, as a courtesy, you would think, but
actually, through the chair, that is a very good point. We in all honesty, no. The applicant made the application, which was on behalf of Camrose, and the assumption was made that they had done that. I'm not sure whether or not how we would communicate that with the family.
Can we add that to the recommendation that as long as the family are accepting of the recommendation?
I would be happy to move it with that with that added, because I think as a courtesy there's a lot of the family that of Natalie's in Methven, and I think it mainly because they have their own subdivision as well, that it just might be a good idea to talk to them first.
So we're going to we're going to talk to Ian will talk to the family of Natalie Carey and see they're in agreement with the naming of the park after the relative.
So I can move it subject to approval from the family?
Yes,
Correct.
that would be good, and I would be happy to move that.
Got questions down there? Or Angus, question?
Yeah, my question is, if I may, Mr Mayor, is to the author of this report. And I checked my English at afternoon tea time, and the person that I asked agreed with me that the word "the" is actually singular. So therefore the report will read, oh, by the way, I'm going to vote for it because I think Natalie deserves a park. Importantly, Natalie was the driving force behind the purchase of Methven Maternities Hospital. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, I'm trying to work out what Mr. Gordon Lill did, Mrs. Dulcie Watson did, Mr. Gordon Locke did, Miss Jean Whiteman did, as well as a sophisticated, well-educated, brimmed up, excited people of Methven to try and turn a maternity home into an aged home, what they had to do with the story. Because Gordon Lill was actually the chair, Dulcie Watson was the secretary. She went round and collected more money than just about anyone else. Gordon Locke actually held them down, I think, while Dulcie Watson collected from them. And Jean Whiteman was just a generous single lady. I think Councillor Latham knows exactly what I'm talking about. So why was Natalie that driving force?
We're just naming the park.
We're just naming the park. But, Mr Mayor, why I asked the question is this morning, our esteemed Chief Executive gave us a very important words. He said that once recorded in the minutes, it becomes part of the Ashburton District Council corporate knowledge. That's why I'm raising this. So the record is straight.
And the recommendation we recorded in the minutes that we name the park.
Correct, but the history is not, Mr Mayor.
No, the history is in the body of the report, which won't be in the minutes.
It's not correct.
Councillor Phil.
And will I believe lead to upset people in Methven?
Councillor Falloon, question?
No, I was going to second the motion.
Right, let's move. John seconded. Further debate. Roger, you.
Just a question. I'm assuming as this is done as usual, it's the developer that's put forward these names? Yes.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
John?
It gives me pleasure to support this motion, having dealt with Natalie over a large number of years and also members of her family. I think it's good recognition of a good person.
I'm going to put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Next item 23, Mayor's Report. Any questions on the Mayor's Report? It's all there. Someone like to, I'll move. Oh, question, Councillor McMillan.
No, it wasn't a question, it was just a comment to say it was good to hear you both speak to the Water Services Entity Bill yesterday, and it was good to hear that you also got a lot of questions as well.
Thank you.
And I'll second.
Yep. I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Over the page 24, the Deputy Mayor's Report on the Local Government New Zealand Conference and the photo of the attendees dining on the Frontiera's product, complimentary. This was good. Any questions of Liz on the conference? If not, someone would like to move the recommendation that we receive the Deputy Mayor's Report. Councillor Latham. Councillor Cameron. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. That takes us to the end of the open part of the meeting. I'll move that we move into committee. Second, Councillor McMillan. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Carried.